Recording stopped. Recording in progress.
Good morning, everybody. Hello, a very warm welcome to you. And please don't be shy, come and sit at the front. There's plenty of seats as you all gather. Exactly. My name is Ramendra Kanani. I'm going to be your moderator for this EU-China Forum, which has had a bit of a hiatus because I think our last one was probably 2019. And since then, obviously, you know what's been happening to the world in terms of COVID and other matters. So it's a really warm welcome back to those of you who've been regulars at our EU-China Forum, and a warm welcome to those of you who are new to this EU-China Forum. Obviously, it's a auspicious day, perhaps. We have the President of the Council, Parliament Council in Beijing right now, meeting with Prime Minister Xi Jinping. So it's quite interesting that we have this forum happening on that day. We've had a number of comments and, I suppose, visits and commentary about EU-China relations, increasingly over the past few months, but also increasingly since COVID. There's been a kind of an upturn in terms of what happened in COVID times, and China being viewed as a supporter and actually a partner, through to now most recently looking at China in various different ways. And there's been a number of conversations about how do you make sense of China more broadly, but also EU-China relations. What I would like to say is there's three things, actually, and I want to start with some data, because I think politics and politicians can wax lyrical about relations, but let's put some hard facts in front of you. So, in the past 10 years, so up between 2011 and 2021, in terms of EU trade in goods with China, right, imports rose from 256 billion to 472 billion, so an 84% increase. Exports rose from 126 billion to 223, which is a 76% increase, and the EU trade deficit rose from 129 billion to 248.9 billion. So that's the hard economic reality of the relationship between EU and China. And I suppose that leads me to my second point. So I want it important to put that data, that actually there is a hard and a harsh economic reality behind EU-China relations. And the second point is that both markets have flourished fundamentally in the past 30 years. When you look at the economic markers of success, China and the EU has benefited greatly from the relationship, but also globalization. So we've had unfettered globalization for the past 25 years, 30 years or more, but probably more intensity in the past 25. Both markets have absolutely succeeded, yet there's been not very scant attention being paid to values, human rights, how you do things, how the business model works. And suddenly now, post-COVID, where we find ourselves in an energy and financial crisis, and also in the context of war, suddenly we're now looking at that relationship and those relationships differently. I suppose my third point is that every household in Europe and the world has something made in China. And I say that because there's something about the fact that some people and some politicians want to on the one hand, turn back the clock on globalization as if that was possible, but actually deny the reality of the interconnected nature of our economies and the fact that the world has benefited from a very specific business model. That is China. And I suppose for us, what we want to do in this forum is to find opportunities for convergence and discussion about how do we keep channels of communication open? How do we give diplomacy a chance, recognizing that what we've learned from Ukraine is that actually a Cold War diplomacy hasn't really bode well for us, and we haven't benefited from treating or dealing with Russia in perhaps the way that we have done hitherto. Controversial, though it may sound, but the point is, in the context of what I've just said, there are no easy solutions to the situation we find ourselves in. And what we want to do here today, and you'll find this in all the questions that we ask all our panelists, is where can convergence be found and how? And what are those opportunities so that we are able to give diplomacy a chance, but also to improve the relationships where it matters, both for security, prosperity, and climate action. So on that note, that's what we have in store for you. We have 3 sessions with some, a fantastic cast list of contributors. But to begin with, I'm going to start with 2 who are going to set the scene for us. So we first move to, I'm very pleased to welcome the German ambassador to China, and ask her, Patricia Faure. Very warm welcome to you. Thank you for joining us. Hello. I'm having to look to my left, unfortunately, like this, so do excuse me as you are online. Thank you very much for being with us. You're steeped in EU-China relations. You have been working in this field for a very long time. Could you set out for us, how do you assess the prospects for future EU-China cooperation on key global issues such as climate change, defense, and rule-based international order, etc., and so forth? How would you assess the prospects? Ambassador, over to you.
Well, thank you, and thank you for having me at today's forum. First of all, against the figures you just gave us, let me also say that EU-China and German-China cooperation in the past has been a success story. All 3, Europe, Germany, China, everyone benefited from globalization, from free trade, and from mutual exchange. But at the same time, today we have to acknowledge that today's world is not the same as 5 or 10 years ago, nor is China. As the 20th Party Congress confirmed once again, the Communist Party exercises control over all areas, including the economy, and protecting national security and fostering self-reliance based on concepts such as dual circulation or fostering self-reliance are overarching objectives. Now, these trends raise certainly many questions, and they might also limit our space for cooperation. And equally, the world has changed as well. There are 2 events that illustrate the fundamental shift. First, the COVID pandemic. At its very beginning, all of us in Germany, in the EU, experienced severe shortages of urgently needed goods, masks, tests, vaccines. Then came the disruption of global supply chains as a consequence of corona restrictions. So today, nobody can afford to neglect security of supply and reliable production chains. And second, there is the illegal Russian war of aggression against Ukraine with its bitter lessons. Russian President Putin was prepared to blatantly violate fundamental rules of international law, and he showed the world that economic or energy dependence can be turned into a powerful weapon at any time. So, as the world and China are changing, our policies must change. In Germany, the federal government is currently drafting its first ever China strategy. Within the European Union, the foreign ministers, as well as the heads of state and government, recently exchanged views on the future common policy towards China. There is broad agreement that the established threefold approach to China remains relevant today. China is a partner, a competitor, and a rival, although some elements of the latter two have certainly increased in recent years. So what does it mean for the convergence of cooperation we look for? So first, European states such as Germany on the one hand and China on the other have different political systems, and we clearly disagree on areas such as human rights and democracy. Well, as an example, look at the report by the former High Commissioner for Human Rights on Xinjiang as an example. Germany and the EU adhere and stand for a rules-based international order which is built on the UN Charter and on human rights. And Germany and the EU will commit companies also to ensuring compliance with human rights and environmental standards worldwide. However, we should engage in meaningful dialogue with China, also on our differences, on these different fields of disagreement. At the same time, there are many areas where we want to and where we need to work with China as a partner. China has a crucial role to play in many of the global challenges we face today. The food crisis, supporting highly indebted countries, reaching the UN Sustainable Development Goals. Let me start with the greatest challenge for the international community, climate crisis. Here, cooperation with China is simply a must. Without resolute action to reduce emissions globally and in China, we cannot win the fight against climate change. So we advocate for China joining us in taking on more responsibility for protecting the climate. It's a good sign that during the recent visit of Chancellor Scholz, Germany and China agreed to establish a result-oriented, project-driven climate and transformation dialogue. And following COP27, we would highly appreciate a Chinese contribution to the loss and damage fund which was created. Now on global health, this is another issue where we can benefit from working together. Europe, Germany, and the rest of the world has learned to live with the coronavirus, and normality has largely returned. China still labors under heavy corona restrictions. We should share our experiences. We know that vaccination is key. And in this regard, also Germany and Europe, we are in a position to contribute to the containment of COVID with effective and safe vaccines. It was an important signal, again, that Chancellor Scholz, President Xi, and Prime Minister Li discussed the approval of BioNTech's mRNA vaccine in China. And beyond Corona, we are looking for China's support for a global pandemic treaty to be better prepared for future health crises. Overall, the negative trends in many of the Sustainable Development Goals are very worrying. So the UN Secretary General, Mr. Guterres, said the SDGs are sending out an SOS to all of us. And we have to deal with a tremendous financing gap due to COVID. So therefore, Germany supports and enforces implementation of the 2030 agenda. We call for green and better recovery. And China, as a major donor, can make a big contribution to creating truly resilient and sustainable economies. Speaking about security, China is a permanent member of the UN Security Council, and therefore it bears a special responsibility to contribute to maintaining peace and stability in the world. Russia's illegal war of aggression against Ukraine is a blatant violation of international law, and it has a massive impact on countries around the world, the global economy, supply chains, energy and food security. So Russia must end the war immediately, withdraw its troops, and restore sovereignty and territorial integrity to Ukraine. Clear words addressed from Beijing to Moscow are important to ensure that the Charter of the UN and its principles are upheld. And here I would like to welcome that President Xi has clearly expressed his opposition to the threat of and use of nuclear weapons. So therefore, on all of these international global challenges of today, for me, China is a necessary partner, a necessary interlocutor, and we need to work with China in order to find solutions to many of these questions. Thank you.
Ambassador, thank you. Thank you very much. Very thoughtful, provocative in parts. I particularly draw attention to your comment about China contributing to the loss and damage agenda. And I imagine many in China, but also like in India and other parts where you've got economies which we wouldn't necessarily describe as developing, are being asked to contribute to the loss and damage agenda. But it shows you the changes that have happened in the past 20 years alone. So I'm now going to ask the same question, because we're really pleased to have His Excellency, the Chinese Special Representative to the EU, and it's Mr. Wu Hongbo. I want to ask you the same question, if I may, literally exactly the same. How do you assess the prospects for future EU-China cooperation on the same issues, in terms of climate action, defence, rules-based order, international order and sustainable development? Warm welcome to you, sir.
Thank you very much, moderator.
Thank you.
Ambassador Patricia Floor, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning, Europe, and good afternoon, China.
Thank you.
It is my great honor to attend this 10th Europe-China Forum. First of all, a warm congratulations on the holding of this forum. This is really the first time. It is held since the pandemic. We can see, as the previous speaker indicated, and also you, moderator, there's a high tide in China-EU relations starting from November. 2 weeks ago, German Chancellor Scholz visited China. 1 week ago, in Bali, Indonesia, the President of China, Mr. Xi Jinping, had meetings with the leaders of France, Italy, the Netherlands, and Spain. Today, as we gathered here, President Michel of the European Council is visiting China. These high-level exchanges show that both sides attach great importance to each other, which is good for China-EU relations. In my view, there are some important points. Number one, dialogue and cooperation is the mainstream of China-EU relations. Number two, mutual benefits and win-win cooperation is the basic tone. Number three, sound and stable China-EU relations serve the interests of both sides and the expectation of the international community. In this sense, this forum is held at the right time. I really wish to take this opportunity to share my views with you. I hope this will help us better understand each other. One, the 20th National Congress of the Communist Party of China provides new opportunities for China-EU relations. Europe paid great attention to the 20th National Congress of the CPC and China's path to the future. General Secretary Xi Jinping report says very clearly that China will remain committed to deepening reform and opening up, and striving in unity to build a modern socialist country in all respects. China is dedicated to promoting a human community with a shared future. Its development strengthens the world's forces for peace. No matter what stage of development China reaches, it will never seek hegemony or engage in expansionism, and will make greater contributions to world peace and development. The report also says that from this day forward, the central task of the CPC will be to advance the rejuvenization of Chinese nation on all fronts through a Chinese path to modernization. Achieving modernization for more than 1.4 billion people will double the population of modernized countries, share development dividends with the rest of the world, and inject stability and certainty into world peace and prosperity. Many of us have witnessed and experienced China's opening up. Europe is an important partner and beneficiary over the past 40 years. China's economic development has been achieved under the policy of opening up. Going forward, China's high-quality development also requires openness. Some people complain that China's double circulation means closing the door. I would say this is total misunderstanding. China is one of the leading economies and the workshop of the world. There is no reason for China to close its door or turn its back on the outside. There is no future for China by doing so. China will also relentlessly open its door even wider. In this process, we welcome Europe's continued participation in China's modernization for mutual benefit and win-win results. I realize that some people's reading of the Party Congress is different from ours. This provides a good opportunity for further discussions. Number two, China-EU relations continue to develop healthily and steadily. China always views the relations with the EU from a strategic or long-term perspective, and always sees Europe as comprehensive strategic partner. China welcomes the strategic autonomy of the European Union and supports stability and prosperity across Europe. China adheres to the principles that China-EU relations are not targeted at, dependent of, or subject to any third party. This year marks the 47th anniversary of China-EU diplomatic relations. Over the past 47 years, we have achieved significant progress. We have established a comprehensive strategic partnership. An all-round, multi-level, wide-ranging cooperation pattern has been shaped. Our high-level exchanges are closer and the political mutual trust is deepened. Economic and trade cooperation keeps growing. Dialogue mechanisms are working well. We have reached a broad consensus, such as on building an open world economy, upholding multilateralism, and strengthening global governance, we have made progress in various fields such as addressing climate change, protecting biodiversity, and combating pandemic. Facts speak much louder than words. In 2021, China-EU trade volume exceeded $800 billion US, making China the largest trading partner of the European Union. This year, China-EU cooperation saw a rapid growth. In the first 10 months, our trade volume exceeded $700 billion US, up 6.3% year on year. More than 600 companies from 36 European countries attended the 5th China International Import Expo held early in November, accounting for over 1/5 of exhibitors. Business and people from Europe have voted for cooperation and against decoupling. Some people have defined China as a challenge, even as a systemic rival to Europe, deliberately magnifying the differences and disagreements between us. This is truly concerning, and we should be vigilant. We in China welcome all constructive advice on China's development, but do not accept malicious smears and pressure. The past 47 years tells us that China-European Union relations can maintain stable growth. If we have any silver bullet, it is adhering to communication and dialogue based on mutual respect and mutual understanding, pursuing win-win cooperation and proper resolving differences and disagreements. As old Chinese saying goes, all living things should flourish without harming each other. All ways of life should thrive without hindering each other. As China and Europe differ in history, culture, social system, and developmental stage, it is simply normal that we have differences and disagreements. When we established diplomatic relations in the 1970s, Europe knew very clearly that it was dealing with a country that is different in developing path and system, even though Europe still made a right decision based on its own interests. That is what we call strategic autonomy. Using chopsticks or using knives and forks does not stop us from having dinner together. Therefore, why not respect the Chinese people's right to use chopsticks? And why not respect China's choice of a development path and a social system? China and Europe can treat each other with sincerity and mutual respect, seek a common ground while sharing differences, managing disputes properly, and work together for human progress. Let's stop looking for rivals. Stop reducing cooperation because of competition. We did the right thing in the past, and we should continue to do so in the future. 3. a bright future of China-EU relations. How does China envisage its trade and technology relations with Europe? And how does it view Europe's approach to cooperation with China and Asia? This is a good question because it looks into the future. China and EU cooperation has a great potential, broad prospects, be it trade, science and technology, or climate change. Over the years, China and the European Union, Europe have developed strong economic ties. China is the largest trading country, while the largest developing country, while the EU is the largest group of developed countries. We are at the two ends at the Eurasian continent. We are highly compatible and complementary in areas such as resources, technology, capital, industrial, and supply chains. We are both pursuing development of a higher quality and focusing on top-level planning for the future. We can continue to work on traditional cooperation areas, and we can also tap the potential in emerging areas such as AI, renewable energy, electric cars, biomedicine, and communication technologies. As China is committed to greater openness, more European companies will enjoy tremendous opportunities and benefits from cooperation. Meanwhile, China and the European Union are two important driving forces for maintaining the stability of global production and supply chains, and for promoting global growth. We have established dozens of dialogues and cooperation mechanisms. In the world under the impacts of multiple factors, the two sides need to strengthen coordination in microeconomic policies and jointly respond to global challenges. China is determined to promote stronger, greener, healthier global development. Therefore, China keeps advocating high-quality Belt and Road cooperation. China has also put forward the Global Development Initiative and the Global Security Initiative. The European Union, on its part, has new initiatives such as the Global Gateway, which focuses on global infrastructure development. The two sides can strengthen cooperation and share the benefits of Eurasian and the global connectivity. Better roads and power grids in Asia, Africa, and Latin America will help deliver better lives to the people, which in turn will bring business opportunities to partners including China and Europe. Let's make it win-win rather than zero-sum game. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going through changes unseen in a century. COVID-19 is raging. The world economy is vulnerable. The geopolitical situation is tense due to the lack of sound global governance. Energy and the food crisis are looming. The world has entered a new period of change and turbulences. China-European Union relationship is one of the most prominent bilateral relations in the world. The international community looks to China to the European Union to work together and provide more stability and positive energy to the world. Whether or not the China-EU relations move forward will impact not only on world peace and the prosperity, but also stability and the balance of major country relations. Multilateralism is the banner shared by both China and the European Union. We both stay firm to safeguarding the international system with the United Nations at its core, upholding the international order underpinned by international law, and respecting the basic norms governing international relations, based on the purposes of the principles of UN Charter. We are duty-bound to maintain and to develop China-EU ties. This is in the interest of China, the European Union, and the world as a whole. Ladies and gentlemen, thanks to the close, high-level interactions recently, we are all feeling the warmth of China-EU relations. I firmly believe spring is not far ahead. Let's make the best of this forum and contribute our part to the sound and stable development of China-EU relations. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much indeed. And it's really important that you added a little bit of humour into your presentation. It's very much welcome. And both of you, actually, both contributors have referred to both the necessity of making the relationship work, but also the undeniability in terms of economics for making the relationship work, and the importance and undeniability of actually global peace without that relationship, as well as the importance of sustainability, in particularly of our planet. I'm going to go back to, and thank you very much, that was very, very helpful, and I think some important messages you delivered here, but also online, but also to the global community, all those who are tuned in, and the press and others, about your very clear sense that there is a misinterpretation of what's taken place recently in the in terms of the recent Congress, and the kind of conversations have been reflected about the statements made by President Xi Jinping about China's future. So thank you for clarifying those points, but also asserting the openness, willingness to continue operating on the basis of similarities and differences. And what I mean by that is value where we can converge, and value what we have a sense of a similarity, but also acknowledge the differences in the relationship. So thank you very much for that. We're running very much out of time, but I'm going to bring in Patricia back. And Patricia, if I may, I want to ask you a similar question to the second part of what Mr. Wu referred to, and that is about what do you see as a scope for future trade relations, especially in relation to technology and other matters that Mr. Wu referred to. Now, we know that out of the 5 or 6 main member states that are involved in EU foreign direct investment, Germany trumps them all, as you know. So we know that Germany alone accounts for, on average, 43% of total investment in foreign direct investment in China. So there is a lot at stake there for yourselves. Please, set out for us what you see as the future scope for trade relations and further afield in the context of where we find ourselves. Over to you, Madam.
Well, thank you, and thank you also to Ambassador Wu for his presentation, which reaffirmed the importance for the EU and Germany, the state of the in China, to work together. Let me initially say that obviously China remains an important business and trading partner for Germany and Europe. China and Europe are key players in the global economy. So therefore, decoupling certainly is not an option given the interdependencies of our global economy. Germany and the European Union advocate for an open, fair and transparent world economy in line with WTO rules, and that certainly would benefit all. There's also no question that German companies value the Chinese market and want to stay engaged as far as possible. But they also do need a level playing field to do so. So therefore, an important topic that we need to discuss, we will continue to ask for reciprocity with regard to market access for businesses, with regard to licensees or the protection of intellectual property, or issues such as legal certainty and equal treatment. And that is a very important discussion which we need to continue. And it is exactly against this background, and Ambassador Wu, you mentioned this, that there are concerns about the Chinese concept of dual circulation or of localization of production, because it might imply additional barriers and conditions for European companies. And of course, we also closely follow and monitor Chinese efforts to become self-dependent in key technologies and what that then would be for us. But overall, there is no doubt that in the economic and technological fields, China is a big partner. It's also a competitor. We are in competition when it comes to technologies too, for the most efficient products, the smartest ideas, the most successful implementation of our innovations. But under global market rules, this is totally normal. It's part of our relationship and should be considered so. And of course, it can also be observed that many companies, German companies, decide to partner with Chinese companies on e-mobility, on green technologies, on digital technologies for the future. So we do see that cooperation is continued. At the same time, factoring in the lessons learned I spoke about earlier, we must aim at diversification, spreading our risks, and also developing our own strengths. That's our common stance today in Germany and in the European Union. We need to become more resilient because we need to safeguard European sovereignty and economic security at the same time. And that means that we should decrease dependencies in strategic areas. So if we look at, for instance, important raw materials, rare earths, or certain cutting-edge technologies, businesses should put supply chains on a broad footing. And we are supporting them in doing this, for example, with new raw material partnerships and the European Chips Act and other legislation. And the same is true for investment. We will differentiate based on whether such investment creates risky dependencies. And of course, critical infrastructure or high tech deserve particular attention. But with a view to regional cooperation with China and with the Indo-Pacific as a whole, diversification is a good thing. It broadens the circle of our partners and it strengthens all of us. The Indo-Pacific is a very dynamic region with high growth rates and a high development indicator. Many partners in Asia also share the same interests: rules-based order, free markets, security, stability, mutually beneficial cooperation. So Germany and the EU are looking to work with all of our partners in the Indo-Pacific region. And as you could see recently, the Chancellor traveled to Vietnam, Singapore, and Indonesia to reach out. A key goal certainly is to foster an overall enabling environment for development and for our businesses in the Indo-Pacific. We We should work together towards improving economic trade relations. Through the EU, in the G7, in cooperation with ASEAN. So the free trade agreements of the EU with Japan, with Korea, Vietnam, New Zealand, and Singapore are success stories. We hope the ongoing EU negotiations on further agreements with Australia, India, and Indonesia will be brought to a conclusion soon. The EU's Global Gateway Initiative will also provide attractive offers to countries in Asia and around the globe to work closely together, for example, when it comes to the implementation of digital infrastructure. Let me also mention stability in the Indo-Pacific, which is of key importance for German economy and growth potential, but obviously for everyone in the region, for the Europeans, for China, for everyone. And any threat to stability and development in the region would also be a threat to our own interests. So therefore, safeguarding shipping routes, freedom of navigation, innocent passage, respecting the UN Convention on the Law of the Sea will be crucial for future stability. And here again, we are also looking to China and to all of our partners in the region to work together on these goals. So finally, let me say that the EU and the German approach is inclusive. We are ready to and we wish to work with all partners based on shared interests and rules. Only together can we really brave the daunting tasks ahead of us. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you both. I've erred on the side of allowing that space because it's taken much longer than we intended, colleagues. And I want to thank you both. I'm not saying that you went on for too long. It's just that it was two very important statements for us to listen to in the context of the world we find ourselves in, and the often saber rattling that's happening globally. And the political waxing that takes place globally also. And sometimes, as we say it, from Friends of Europe's point of view, it's about making sure we're able to keep dialogue open and frank and sustainable, because actually both of you have commented on the necessity of the relationship, but also, as I mentioned, through the fact there's a hard economic reality to the relationship. And when we think about climate action and climate change, China has at its helm and within it some of the best in class technology, but also highest volumes of production for our renewable energy sources, for a lot of our technologies in the West and in Europe. So there's something about how do you respond to and make sense of the reality of where we find ourselves, and that is as a result, as I said earlier, globalization and the reality of what we've done in terms of creating global growth. And now it's about making sense of that relationship and thinking about how do we move forward, given that suddenly we find ourselves in a world that's not very familiar. None of us imagined there would be a global pandemic. None of us imagined there would be the level of an energy crisis, let alone war in our neighbourhood after 80 years of peace, and everything has been shaken up as if you like. And so we have to think carefully, sharply, and thoughtfully if we are going to really move forward in a way that's safe, secure, and tackles the biggest crisis of our times, which is climate change. So on that note, thank you to both of you, and you've set a very good framework for this conversation. I want to move swiftly on to our first session now, which is about giving diplomacy a chance. So can I ask our contributors to come, those of you who have in person, to the front here, please. So Ms. Liang Lin, please do. And Robert, thank you both. So you've both been patiently listening to both those comments. You know that this is very much, as we say, giving diplomacy a chance, and both in terms of present context and future relations. And I forgot to mention, and I want to welcome our online participants also. A warm welcome to you, but also to let you know, and you must have discovered this by now, that there is there's a simultaneous interpretation taking place. You just have to find the button on your screen and press for either English or Chinese on there, and you'll get it. So, but a warm welcome to you. You are also very present in this room. And I want to say to those of you who are here patiently, you will get the chance to interact, I promise you, throughout this session. So, firstly to yourself, Liang Linlin, you are with the China Chamber of Commerce at the EU. What's your sense of future EU-China relations from a business perspective? Because there's a harsh reality. As I said, when you think about the numbers that I was quoting, there's an evident relationship between the private sector and private sector investment, respectively, in both markets. What's the perspective from your analysis and your relationship with the private sector? Thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you, and good morning and good afternoon. And then just because this is the Chamber's first engagement in the very significant event of Euro-China Forum, just please allow me a few words about our Chamber. The Chamber was founded by the Bank of China Luxembourg and the China of Three Gorges Europe and the China Coastal Shipping Europe back in 2018, and is inaugurated by Chinese Premier Li Keqiang back in 2019 in April, when China and EU is holding its 21st China-EU Summit in Brussels. So I think today's event kind of a reminder of how frequent China-EU engage with each other before the pandemic. So very glad to be here. So to answer your question, yes, you gave the very hard economic reality of the economic engagement between China and EU over the past 10 years. Actually, the 10 years spreading from the 2010 to 2021. But I would like to update you about the most latest data from the Eurostat. So from January to September, the China-EU trade, I think it was 641 billion euros. Which means that every day, on average, that the two sides trade around 2.35 billion euros. And during the past hour when we are talking here, that's close to 100 million euros between the two sides. Yes, very staggering. But if you view that the status like 47 years ago when China-EU established the diplomatic ties, and for the whole year, the trade between the two sides were only 2.4 billion US dollars. Well, it depends the exchange rates between the euros and US dollars, but we can see basically that the 1 day of trading between the two sides equals the whole year of trading back in 47 years ago. So from the business perspective of the EU-China relations, we are optimistic. Based on our survey on about 150 Chinese companies and organizations back in June and July, and we asked their opinion of the long-term relationship and the trade relationship between two sides, and 80% of the respondents replied that they are rosy about the economic and trade relations. But that doesn't mean there's no problems between the two sides, and we would like to raise your awareness of the, first of all, the Chinese business performance in the EU, and very positive. Actually in 2021, I think on average we estimate the aggregate income of the Chinese companies in the EU was around 163 billion euros, and it was up by 8.4%. So on the other hand, we in our survey we also found that Chinese companies' overview of their assessment of the EU business environment declined for the third year because we have done this survey for 4 years. And then let me draw your attention. There are consists of many reasons behind this, and the very complicated EU political environment, and a fleet of EU's unilateral trade tools, including the 5G security toolbox, the FDI screening mechanisms, and very lately the foreign subsidy regulations and international procurement instruments and anti-coercion instruments. I can name a lot. So this is really really on. So, but these all those unilateral trade tools, it was developed really fast, and then especially during the past few months or if not years, and we think it because it's also partly driven by the third label of the EU on China, the systemic rival. What we see is probably driven by this, and we're also concerned about the reports on Chinese companies as well. I will stop here. So.
Okay, no, thank you. But I mean, it's quite interesting. It's remarkable the change you refer to, and what it's quite palpable. I like the way you kind of translate what's happening every hour and within a day, and it just reinforces that harsh economic reality, or the economic reality, not necessarily harsh, but the reality of it. But in effect, it's an uneven relationship in terms of, we're really talking about Germany, France, the Netherlands and the UK as the biggest, let's say, players. I mean, really, when I think about foreign direct investment, 80% of it is borne by 10 companies from the EU, and it's only mostly those 4 countries, and we've seen differential statements. We saw Rishi Sunak make a mealy-mouthed response about relationships between the EU and between the UK and China. We didn't really say a lot. He talked about pragmatism. What does that mean? But what's your sense of the confidence of the private sector relations between those big players in China and those in Europe?
Well, actually, too many questions in here.
Sure. It's just that last one. What's the level of confidence, given where we find ourselves? The numbers could speak for themselves, as you say, but from what you're witnessing, what is the level of confidence in terms of private sector relationships? Because some are talking about, anywhere but China as the new ABC reference, if you like. But from your perspective, what's the level of confidence?
Well, just first to address the question about the unbalance, which you mentioned, but there's another layer of unbalance. For instance, there are more than 30,000 European companies in China. But you know how many Chinese companies in EU? About 3,000. So you see, there's unbalanced point here that we would like to address. And then for the private sector, and actually I would like to also draw your attention that the Chinese private companies are already now the driving force regarding their investment in the EU. For instance, for this year, the China's battery giant CATL, they just announced 7.34 billion euros of investment in Hungary, which is to manufacturing the batteries for the electronic cars in the EU. And concerning the exchanges between the China and EU and the businesses, and actually I think we have speakers from the EU chamber in China, and actually we maintain very frequent exchanges between the two sides. And for us, it's more about the cooperation. And of course, we cannot deny there's competition in the market, but we would like to keep it in a healthy domain. So this is our concern. And also, I think the German ambassador mentioned about the EU's assertive trade policy. Just for me to conclude that, but we also would like to draw your attention to how Chinese companies are struggling in the EU. For instance, the German cabinet they flip-flops on the decision of the Chinese companies takeover of the EU's German's semiconductor, which is let's say it's not not cutting edge technologies, and then it's concluded by the German authorities. They in the first place that they don't see it is a threat, but after days of the reports and the things that has U-turn. So we are really upset for the business community, and this is quite disappointing for the Chinese investors in the EU. So we do urge that the EU side could not to abuse the concept of the national security, and sometimes, and as well, the German ambassador to China mentioned the Raw Material Act, and mentioned the economic over-dependency on China. We also, from the perspective of the business, we also do think this anxiety or the fear of the reliance on China is kind of a little bit unnecessary, or sorry to put it this way. Why? Because the EU always argue that, for instance, the EU is strongly dependent on China on rare earths, like 90% of the magnesium was produced in China, and then 89% of the raw materials processing in China, and so on and so on. However, but we are still in the globalization, right? It's changing, but we're still in it, which means that basically every product has a very long global supply chains. For instance, a car, it needs components probably 10,000 for the traditional car, and it's less in the electric cars. And this is the same case with the semiconductors, and you will not be able to find a single country or the single continent which is able to self-sufficient on this. Sure. So we would like to say that from the business perspective, cooperation always outweighs the confrontation. Let's put it in this way. So, thank you.
Okay, right, and very frank as well. I think that, let's see what people make of this. The fact that is Europe abusing the notion of security, and is it being overly insecure about autonomy? Robert, thank you very much for joining us. Very pleased that you're able to be with us. Asian Development Bank is a big beast in the region, and it has been historically across the globe. And you've been a driver for economic development through development aid and other matters, and being a partner for governments. You've listened to the ambassador. You've listened to Ling Ling. What's your sense of the nature of dialogue currently? Again, similarly, is there enough dialogue? Are both sides really understanding the stakes involved of not pursuing more and effective dialogue? Over to you, Robert.
Thank you very much for having us, and good morning. I think for ADB, it's quite unusual to be sitting on a panel about diplomacy, and of course, the first thing I'd have to say is it's not our role as a multilateral institution to talk about EU-Chinese relations. But I think previous speakers have already mentioned how important this relationship is for the development of Asia Pacific. Our job, of course, is to help, as you mentioned, developing Asia Pacific get on. And we heard already the horrendous list of crises that we have to deal with, not just climate, food security, Russian invasion of Ukraine, capital outflows, inflation, debt. I haven't seen a debt crisis in Asia in all the 30 years I've been working there. We've got a very, very long list. And from ADB's standpoint, clearly we cannot sit there alone and say ADB can wave a magic wand. We need big players like the EU, of course China, Japan, the United States and others to come together collectively and address these ones. So from ADB's point of view, my job, by the way, is as a representative here, it's relations with our 17 European member countries, of which 13 are in the EU, and to get Europeans involved in contributing to Asian Development Bank, to Asia, I should say. In my 4 years here, I've seen such a change. When I arrived, it was the EU-China connectivity platform. I think my first question was, what about the countries in between? Then I moved on to the EU, what was it again? The EU-Asia connectivity. And then I think it was, we had various Indo-Pacific strategies coming out, which were sort of more focused on particular parts of Asia. And now we have the Global Gateway. So we've, in 4 years, I spend half my time briefing colleagues in different parts of ADB about the latest state of play. But these are all very serious and we need to keep up with them. So maybe just one point about, you asked about dialogue. So on the point about, within ADB itself, we have, of course, the EU owns, I think, $18.5 billion worth of shares in ADB. The PRC, it's our third largest shareholder. Both institutions, both are represented in 3 different constituencies in our board. So we have a great deal of dialogue about Asian development over the years. But the key thing is what happens on the ground level in the developing member countries that we have. In China, maybe I can just quickly point upon what we actually do in China itself. ADB still lends to the PRC. We have a very active program on climate change, on environment. We have a wonderful new program. It's our first ornithological initiative. We launched actually at the COP in Kunming. It's called the Regional Flyway Initiative. It's protecting wetlands all the way down from the Arctic down to New Zealand, which run through China, among others. So we have so many regional programs focused on climate change, on environment, aging, and these have been done quite closely in the past with EU institutions, whether it's KfW, the European Investment Bank, a major program in Beijing, Tianjin, Hebei for air pollution. We see our partners dwindling over time, but one point I struggle with personally is something that was mentioned earlier. We know very well that the battle against climate change, you mentioned this is the most serious problem we have. There's going to be won or lost in Asia. 66% of all electricity in Asia comes from coal. It's huge. So we'd have to work with China. So how do we reconcile working on climate change with, frankly, a lot of sensitivities about working with China? I think this is a very, very key point I think we have to reconcile. So maybe I can move on. What does it mean for the wider region? Well, if I look back at my 4 years here, the most frequently asked question I had was, what's your relationship with the AIIB? So, of course, at ADB, we were the only Asian bank in town for 50 years, and then another one comes along. I think often the answer surprises a lot of our interlocutors here. Actually, we very much welcome the AIIB. We welcome KfW, we welcome JICA. The magnitude of problems are so huge. You need to have everybody on board with knowledge and capital and finance to help solve a lot of these issues. Plus, a lot of, I have actually 3 former bosses at the AIIB, the president and two of my former Japanese bosses who are actually now working at AIIB. As a development institution, one thing that we follow a lot, of course, is the dialogue on China's role in development. I think it was mentioned earlier, China is now a major player in development and trade. I think it was a Chinese colleague told me, I think there was I hadn't seen it, there was a famous movie about Thailand in China. It led to a 40% increase in tourist arrivals to Thailand. So China itself can have a major impact on the development of many other developing countries in Asia Pacific. So I think we need to tap this. I haven't traveled much in the last 2 years, as you can imagine, but last time I went to Georgia, the main request was...
Recording stopped.
Don't worry about that.
This happens when you talk too long. This is a very effective way. I promise to...
Just ignore that, people. Go.
So I think with Georgia, the main request was, can you help us build a railway line to export our wine, red wine, lovely Georgian red wine, to China, because it's a big market. But the railway line is rough, so the wine shakes and it comes in a bad way. But we have a very nice office in Tbilisi, and the square, you see the EU flag. You see the aspirations of many countries. They want to, why not work with both the EU, export the wine to EU and to China, all the better. So from ADB's point of view, we really want to help countries get all the opportunities they can really yield from access, from infrastructure, but this should all be well planned. I think I'll wrap up, but for many developing countries, having to deal with so many different issues, it's very confusing. It must be very confusing. Do I go with the Belt and Road Initiative or Global Gateway or Blue Dot? Which digitalization option do I choose, this one or that one? I think what we would like to promote as ADB is to help. Is it Tajikistan? Is it Lao PDR? How do you get the best benefit of all the potential of China as an investor, the EU as an investor, as a development partner? How to make sense of all of this one? How to put those countries in the center to make sure that they get what they want, the best package. And on ADB's side, there's a lot of conversation, and I think I won't go into detail because it's being discussed this afternoon. We do a lot of regional cooperation work. We manage ASEAN's infrastructure fund. We're the secretariat for Central Asian and Mekong connectivity initiatives.
Yep.
And we have a very high level PRC participation, even at leader level. Actually, the PRC, the finance minister, just chaired our annual ministerial conference. One thing I do see, I have been trying to promote more EU participation in these ministerial conferences. Generally, it's somebody from the local embassy who goes. There is a current template. There is a framework offered by multilaterals. And this we work with the World Bank, Islamic Development Bank, EBRD, and others. So I would just encourage, as part of that dialogue, make full use of the multilateral templates, the work, the maps that have already been put into place. They are there, but there's just so many different priorities. It must be very confusing where to go. And I'll close. A few years ago, I was in Manila. There was a very senior German official there, and I actually asked him over the lunch, so how come Germany is supportive of our work in China when really a lot of others aren't? And the answer was very clear. It was, compared to China, Germany's pretty small. So, it helps to have multilateral approaches as well. So thank you for bringing together this multilateral discussion.
No, absolutely, thank you. And I know what you say about the fact that it's not appropriate, or perhaps it's not a fitting role for a bank such as yourself to be in these conversations. But de facto, you are a consequence of multilateralism. You are a product of it. And I suppose one before I move on to our next speaker, Bettina. You said a lot about the kind of, yes, there's a confusing landscape in terms of jargon, right? And the other message I heard you say is the EU's possibly not being as participating at that senior level in these multilateral templates that you talk about. But when you look at your data, when you forecast where you are from where you were 10 years ago, is the situation looking bleak in terms of investment? When we think about the kind of relationships that we are witnessing at the moment between EU, China, US, China, etc., as a bank, what's your forecasting telling you? Is it looking troublesome, or is it business as usual?
Well, I've been with ADB a long time. When I joined, we work in about 40 countries across Asia Pacific. Everything from Armenia all the way through to Kiribati, right far over into the Pacific. When I joined, about half of our countries still received grants, and roughly the other half were middle income. Now, of our 40 countries, I think it's something like 35 are middle income. And we have a very small number of grant recipients. So that trajectory is heading on. COVID did not help one little bit, obviously, and that it's really left, and it's still there, and it left a huge blow to the region, and it has set us back. That's no doubt. So the direction of travel is there, but Asia itself has a life of its own, and I know I used to be the country director in Mongolia. And we try to help Mongolia bring in investment. And one thing we would always mention is, you're close to Beijing, Tokyo, and Seoul. Here you've got the world's number 2 and 3 national economies just within 3 hours range. So more and more, we see that critical mass has been achieved.
Okay.
The financial crisis that we see in, I think Sri Lanka's got some debt problems. That's the first debt crisis I've seen in 30 years. So Asia, I think, is still, I think it'll pick itself up. The inflation numbers are far less than in Europe or America. The knowledge, I think the institutions that you talked about, the skills of the companies, those have improved hugely in the 30 years that I've been working in Asia. So, and it's a big place. It's half the world. But the one thing, if I can...
But are you saying basically, actually, even if the relationships thaw, Asia's going to make itself anyway because of the size of its economy and size of its population, so it doesn't really matter?
Well, I think the biggest difficulty is going from lower to middle income is not easy. But the biggest jump of all, the hardest, is from middle to high income.
Yeah.
Because then it's not just about putting more money, more plans. It's about how do you bring together all the elements of society, civil society, private sector. How do you weave together all of these different aspects to achieve sort of a Copenhagen with cycle lanes and green spaces. That's a big challenge. I think anybody who's been to Asia will know growth came at a price. Yeah, they're fantastic for GDP, but can you breathe the air? Can you drink the water? That is where Europe still has, and this is something I see on a daily basis. We have a huge demand in Asia for European knowledge. How do those Swiss trains run on time, for example? Huge demand. And one last example, if I can give it, we have in China a very nice joint venture we support between an Icelandic and a Chinese company to bring in Icelandic geothermal technology so that China could have better district heating, good for climate. But that's not at the 65,000 foot stratospheric level. Okay. That's real. That exists. Indeed. But is it heard?
Indeed. Thank you very much. I want to go to Bettina, who is, based, in the EU, basically the opposite of yourself, Lilian, in terms of the China, the Chamber of Commerce, EU-China Chamber of Commerce. Bettina, can I bring you in and ask you a very similar question in terms of what do you see? What you are seeing in terms of the implications of the current relationship for business and private sector investment and relations more broadly? Thank you for joining us, by the way.
Yeah, thank you very much. It's my big pleasure joining this panel discussion today and give some perspectives from the ground here in China. I'm based in Shanghai. Unfortunately, I cannot join you in person, but let me describe a bit what challenges European business operating here in China are currently facing. But let's first take a look back. We saw China's accession to the WTO and periods of reform and opening up the experienced an economy in China that really tended to be guided by very pragmatic principles. And this resulted for sure in huge economic returns and inflows of FDI. We spoke about it. Multinational companies, they really experienced here growth of revenue and profits. And for many companies here, China has developed to be the most important global market. So the picture we are seeing today is actually different. China has obviously moved from a focus on pragmatism to a focus on ideology. So China faces mounting internal and external challenges like the COVID pandemic, geopolitical tensions, sanctions. And as a result of the response China gave to those challenges, we see that the country's predictability, reliability, and also efficiency, and this is for sure key to attract investment here, is no longer there. And therefore, it's also no surprise that 23% of respondents of our this year's business confidence survey, and this is really an all-time high, 23%, they consider shifting current and future investments into other markets. They are not leaving China, but future investments will be shifted. So diversification and de-risking China are actually the new buzzwords. So just to list a few challenges that are driving this trend. So the first challenge is for sure that China is changing its approach to policy making. The policy making became more erratic. Their new policies are implemented in a blanket manner. There is no time for a trial run. And furthermore, we also experience that strategic industries remain fully open only to China's state-owned enterprises, which is a trend that has only been strengthened during these two terms and which comes at the cost of economy. Secondly, a very big challenge, we also talked about it a lot, COVID-19. And this policy is being made at the expense of the economy. So after 3 years, China still adheres to its strict zero COVID policy. So policies are implemented inconsistently among the country, and China does not have a clear exit strategy. So we are facing here in China, in Shanghai, in Beijing, and many other cities, lockdowns every day, a lot of restrictions. We have to do daily PCR tests that cost an enormous amount of money. Traveling in China, and for sure overseas traveling is almost impossible. It's really related to huge restrictions. And this has for sure a big impact on your daily life, but especially also on business. So the current protests also show that people actually can't bear it anymore. And unfortunately, vaccination rate is still very low, especially among the elderly population. And we sincerely hope that China will really focus on vaccinating. So the Nomura Bank just estimates that areas with at least partial lockdowns and restrictions, travel restrictions, account for more than 25% of China's GDP. That's an enormous number. So as a result, what do we see? We see a loss of diversity and opportunities to exchange. We were really experiencing here in the last year an exodus of foreigners. Foreigners have less opportunities to experience China, and Chinese lose opportunities to travel overseas. And this leads for sure to a decreased understanding between China and the West. So there's a loss of confidence and consequently also a loss of investment, because the foreign executives from the headquarters, they couldn't travel to China now for almost 3 years. So what we also see is that business is more and more politicized. So the EU-China relationship has been going through a quite rocky patch due to clash points like China's human rights abuses, sanctions, territorial integrity-related disputes, just to list a few. And this has heavily affected business. So also here, a result of our business confidence survey, 50% of respondents experienced China's business environment became more politicized in 2021. So businesses are increasingly between a rock and a hard place, facing compliance issues, both from the Chinese and the Western regulations. For instance, we have the US sanctions and export control, due diligence requirements, and on the other side, the China anti-sanction law. So This is really not easy. And finally, company approaches to supply chains are being reconsidered. So shocks like the US-China trade war, COVID-19, and also the war in Ukraine were in a way a wake-up call. And they have also exposed the fragility of supply. And this is for sure pushing companies to shift focus from efficiency to more resilience. So companies remain committed to the Chinese market, as I mentioned, but they are also looking at other options, such as further onshoring supply chains, or they are creating two different supply chains, one for China and one for the rest of the world, which is for sure not efficient and quite costly. So all this comes for sure also at high cost to China. So China may fail to reach its potential to attract investment and innovation. And also the economy is actually slowing a lot. If we look at the latest macro data, they are really not very good. The property sector is in a deep slump. Export is slowing. China's GDP will be substantially lower than the plan. The November manufacturing purchasing index, purchasing manager index fell to 48, and the services index is even lower, 46.7. This is very gloom.
Okay.
So dark signal of contraction. So last not least, what is the European Chamber recommending to China? Well, China should refocus on reform and opening up. They have to refrain from erratic policy shifts, start moving away from zero COVID, and foster people-to-people exchange. They have to stop politicization of business because that makes it very difficult. And as also many said already, it's very important that China engages in dialogue with other governments and key stakeholders and be open for constructive feedback and depoliticize the business environment.
Bettina, thank you, and thank you. I mean, as you'll now appreciate, that's the beauty of Friends of Europe, the perspectives you've heard so far, and the very different views from different perspectives and different sectors. But Bettina, 60 seconds. You've spoken a lot about what's happening, what you think China should do. What should the EU do differently?
Well, I think for the EU, they have to continue to really proactively engage with China and reach a call for disengagement. I'm very happy that the EU President Charles Michel is in China today, speaks to Xi Jinping and other leaders, because I think we have a lot of common ground: climate change, pandemic. China is our biggest trade partner, so we have to talk to each other and be open.
Okay, Gina, thank you very much. I'm going to shift on because I'm desperately running out of time. I do apologize. It's terrible, but it's such good stuff. I hope you agree. I'm going to go straight to a different perspective. Again, it's been quite interesting to hear our panelists. Let's take a view from the OECD. So I'm really pleased that Karim has joined us. Karim, a warm welcome to you. OECD is again one of these, you're a large beast. Made up of member states, and you've been doing a lot of work in relation to China and Asia more broadly. Okay, Karim, I'd like you to answer very frankly the question that is it worth giving diplomacy a go? What are the stakes?
Okay, thank you very much. First of all, I'm very glad to be with you today, although not physically, which is a pity. I regret very much, but that will be for another occasion. We are very busy here around at the moment. Let me also stress that I will approach the issue not that much from the point of view of the EU-China perspective, but rather from the perspective of the OECD-China relationship. This said, of course, most EU members are also OECD members. So I think to some extent it will also probably be of interest for the EU-China relationship. So let me answer with 3 points to your question about why it is worth giving diplomacy a go, or I would say in our case, playing the game of the multilateral cooperation. The first reason why it is important relates to the mere size of the Chinese economy, its footprint on a range of policy areas, and the necessity to engage with China to improve the policy setting in these areas. Secondly, I will say that there's one particular policy area where it's not only important but critical to engage with China. This is the fight against climate change, and I will highlight why it is important and how perhaps we can make a difference. And lastly, I will stress the need to engage with China to create a better international economic order to level the playing field globally. So let me start with the size of the Chinese economy. In the early 80s, it was 2% in power purchase parity terms of the global economy. Today, it has reached 18%. It means roughly 26 trillion of dollars. Just last year, China grew by more than 2 trillion, almost the size of the Italian economy. In addition, if you take a range of other policy markers, for instance, trade, today China's share of global trade expanded compared to the early 2000s from 4% to 15%. China has become the main trade partner of 128 out of 190 countries, and it is now the main exporter to 180 countries. If you take the climate issue into account, today China is responsible for 28% of CO2 emissions, and roughly a third, 33% of greenhouse gases emissions. Take also the example of steel or aluminium. Today, China is responsible for 50 to 60% of the global steel output, and in the area of shipbuilding, in terms of tonnage, it puts forward half of the total volume every year, half of the ships that are produced every year. So this shows the massive footprint that China has on virtually every policy area, and therefore the need to engage with China to resolve a certain number of policy challenges at the global level. If we talk about decoupling, perhaps it's worth having in mind what it costs today to decouple from the Russian economy. And it's worth having in mind some comparisons between the Chinese and the Russian economy in GDP terms. If you take the numbers in PPP terms, in power purchase parity, China represents, as I said earlier, almost 26 trillion of US dollars, Russia a bit more than 4 trillion. So it's about a 6-7-fold the size of the Russian economy. And in nominal terms, Russia is about 1.7 trillion, whereas China represents $17.7 trillion, the Chinese GDP. So 10 times the size of the Russian economy. So I think it gives some clues about what would be the magnitude of the shock for the global economy if we were to decouple from China. And we need to take into account that China is also far more integrated into global value chain than Russia is. So it is worth considering this as we approach the challenge of decoupling. In fact, in a range of areas, we have little options, but to cooperate, it is very important to play the game of multilateral cooperation. So let me now make a little dive in one specific area, which is the fight against climate change, where perhaps more than in any other area, we need to engage with China. As I highlighted earlier, China is, of course, the main emitter globally of greenhouse gases and CO2. But at the same time, China is also the solution to a certain number of challenges that are related to the climate crisis. It has set ambitious emissions target with the objective of reaching net zero by 2060. It aims to decarbonize energy-intensive sectors, notably steel and aluminium. It has launched in 2001 a carbon trading system, which for the moment covers 40% of the economy, but aims to gradually cover further sectors. And it is also a the major actor in terms of the deployment of renewables, and more essentially the development as well of renewable technologies, both in China and abroad. This is the case for wind turbines, solar panels, electric batteries, etc. So, of course, it is important for all these reasons that the international community and the OECD in particular engages with China to address the climate challenge. And I want to stress in this regard that there are some areas where we have very successfully managed to work with China to develop common standards, global standards that can address global issues. If you take the tax area, for instance, we have developed with the support of the G20 and Chinese endorsement, automatic exchange of information, base erosion and profit shifting, and recently the two-pillar solution to the tax challenges arising from the digitalization of the international economy. These efforts aim to avoid the proliferation of competing digital taxations and therefore aim to avoid a race to the bottom. We hope that we can do the same in the climate area. Okay. We have just launched the Inclusive Forum on Carbon Mitigation Approaches. This is aimed at measuring what a range of countries, not only OECD countries, but also developing and emerging economies are doing in terms of their mitigation efforts, not only through carbon pricing, but through other efforts such as decarbonization of some sector, environmental regulations, deployment of renewables. So I think that in all these areas, China has a lot of very useful contributions to potentially provide. And we hope that it will help better measure each jurisdiction effort and avoid that investment and trade restrictions lead to exporting the carbon footprint, but not really to addressing the issue of climate change.
Indeed.
And let me finish that it's important by highlighting that it is also important that we engage with China to level the playing field globally. China has recently adhered to RCEP, the regional comprehensive economic partnership in Asia, and it has also expressed an interest in joining the CPTPP, the Comprehensive and Progressive Agreement for a Trans-Pacific Partnership. This is an area where there are relatively high standards that govern SOE governance, labor and environmental rights, and therefore it is important if China really ambitions to join such an agreement that it step up its effort to align with international standards in these areas, such as those that are developed by the OECD. So we stand very much ready to cooperate on these issues as well with China. And we also believe that to some extent it can address some structural challenges, it can help address some structural challenges that the Chinese economy is facing. I want to stress in this regard that the rise of SOEs has triggered some economic challenges for China. Today, the largest companies in China are SOEs, but the private sector is still responsible for 2/3 of the GDP and more than 80% of urban employment. And SOEs are generally less productive than private firms. Today, they are declining returns on equity in China. And if you take productivity, the total factor productivity in China is only half of the level of OECD countries. And these problems are compounded by the rising indebtedness of the Chinese economy and the aging of its population. So we very much believe that by working on these standards with China, we can both improve the further level the global playing field, and at the same time find some solutions to some structural challenges that the Chinese economy is facing. For all these reasons, we think it is essential to give multilateral cooperation a go.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. I was going to ask you a question, but I think you've answered it already, in the sense that you are continuing this theme of the necessity of cooperation, the necessity of working in an open fashion and finding moments of commonality, because there's an economic reality that you can't unwind. And I think some of the things, the figures that you quoted, if you were to disentangle China from the global economy, it would almost be impossible. It really is what you're saying when you compare it to the Russian experience. I'm running out of time so hideously, right? So I'm eating into your coffee break, but I will give you, I won't, but we will give you enough time for coffee, I promise, and cookies. But I want to take our last contributor and see if we've got space for just 2 minutes of a Q&A. But Mr. Cui Hongying, thank you for joining us. Tell us, from your perspective, given, again, the same question I've been asking, but I want to touch on the question of trust. And do you believe that at the strategic level, we're able, in the current geopolitical situation we find ourselves in, the tensions, are we consigned to mistrust, or can we find opportunities for hope?
Okay, thank you for this opportunity to Friends of Europe and also Chinese mission in Brussels. Anyway, as a longtime friend of Europe, indeed, I find out because I got a lot of information and viewpoints from previous panelists. Anyway, I try to share some points, not only because of the question from the moderator and also some observations and also my conclusions for recent or maybe future situation for China-EU relations. Also, indeed, now it's a very, very complicated time for China-Europe relations. because we find out it's so difficult to find out a single logic to link the historic story between two sides, just like the ambassador of Germany mentioned before, very successful. And also, how about the current situation? And then, how about the future? So a very, very big distortion between the past and the currently and also the future. So it's a very, very challenging, situation for me, even because I am a research fellow and also I'm an observer for these relations. Another very big issue is how could we find out maybe any rational understanding of the so-called change or unchanged. I don't agree with the ambassador of Germany in Beijing to blame Chinese side should take all of the responsibilities to change everything. I don't think so. If we look at especially the political situation in Europe, we can also blame some issues, some problems from the populism or some more and more European first, the logic in a policy making process. So I think now the very big question for China-Europe relations is we need to try to find a more, constructive way to deal with any kind of difficulties facing to us. Another, I think, a very big issue for us is how could we deal with the issue, similarity, difference, commonality, divergences or convergences. So I think now always it is a big question, especially from European side, that now China is changing. China is different from us. So we should change ourselves. We should change our policy process. We should promote our policy instrument, including human rights, including sanctions against China, everything. So I think now the issue is, yes, the changing is keeping, right? Not only on Chinese side and also on European side. Especially recent years, if we look at the policy making process in Brussels, how many, I would like to say, unilateral, regulations, how many, policies towards China, towards some other partners, no any consultation before it's made. So what happened? So we need to understand what's the real meaning for mutual relations, for mutual trust. Just let's go back to the question from the moderator. I think any kind of relations between two bodies, it should be on the basis of mutual respect, okay? So I think a mutual respect should be the first step to establish any kind of a mutual trust. And also another, I think a big issue is the difference itself will be a very, very big, a barrier for us to build up a mutual trust. China is different from Europe. It's not today's situation. It's a long time situation. Even before, 40 years ago, we are different. But why it becomes a big barrier for both sides to establish the mutual trust? I think the real reason is, especially from the European side, it changed the focus. I agree with the lady speaker. She mentioned that now it's time to refocus. Of course, she asked China to do something. But I think that it's not only the homework China needs to do, and it's also homework for European side to do, is how could we refocus our major issue, or how could we refine our real value for these relations? So now we can find out a kind of contradiction for European side. Try to keep a balance between so-called economic and trade cooperation with China, and maybe a tougher, attitude in some issue like human rights or some other against China. So how difficult it is. So I think, yes, now I understand. Maybe it's a very necessary time for both sides to, evaluate the value for this cooperation, for these relations. But I think that we should have more, high efficiency to finish this maybe necessary stage, because as we know, the bigger powers gaming and the Ukrainian crisis or some other very, very big issue for European economy, it will not give us space and time enough to just stop something and just to take some more time for debating, for discussing, and some other. So yes, recently we do find some, positive messages from frequent dialogue or communication between Chinese leader and the European leaders. So hopefully that it's just a beginning point. It's just a beginning for restart of these relations. Yes, I think China is, as honesty as possible. If you look at this report from CCP's, Congress, you can find that China still have idealism, understanding about the future of international community, about the relations between major powers. China tried to find out the very fundamental, bottom line for the big major power, even between China and the United States, to get a peaceful coexistence. But of course, I think for China and Europe, we should be more ambitious for its relations, for this kind of relations.
Okay.
Not only just a peaceful coexistence, we should have some more cooperation and to promote the capability and also the willing for us to get along with each other. I stop here. Thank you.
Mr. Sui, thank you. Again, you add a very interesting, different perspective, but also you're being very direct, and that actually this is a two-way street, and also both sides need to be able to eye each other in an honest way and not just finger point and blame. And that perhaps what we need to do is calm down, keep the temperature lower, and just mostly in sight of the fact that actually what we've heard across the whole of this morning is the undeniability of the economic shock globally if relations were to sour. And actually, our ambitions for climate action would completely be taken backwards and reduced quite significantly if we don't make this relationship work, and amongst a whole range of other features. Thank you very much. I know that we don't have any questions online, and I know you're desperate for a break, and because you've been sitting here very patiently listening. But can I offer the opportunity? We'll restructure the timing. Don't worry, so that you get a little bit of a break, and then we'll start a little bit later. But are there any burgeoning reactions, responses? They don't have to be burgeoning. You might just well have a simple question on your mind in response to what you've heard. Feel free to take this opportunity. Sir, please say who you are. There's a mic on its way to you.
Hello, Albert Keidel from George Washington University in Washington. Thank you so much for this conference and for inviting me. You asked at the very beginning, is there any way that we might find some way to speed up or strengthen the convergence? And living in Washington, I'm just totally aware that the tensions between the U.S. and China are a product of U.S. domestic politics. So is there any way to specifically observe that so that we can see how, we just heard what happened and understand that this is what happened, the domestic political sort of crisis in America. Could we address that?
Of course, absolutely. And others might want to come in. You mind me to think about the whole Huawei situation, and that I think it's just, if you look at the data, it's startling. Huawei has been involved in the infrastructure of European and US economies for over 14, 15 years in State Department activity. And I'm not making a judgment, but I'm saying that suddenly the politics change, the domestic politics change, and suddenly it becomes a pariah. And I'm not suggesting it's good or bad, but what were you doing for the past 15 years, countries across the world, when you're opening your doors to Huawei and your toolbox? But suddenly all that changes. But any other question before I ask some of our panel? Good, we have some women who are putting their hands up. Thank you. Lady here first, and then lady over there. Again, please do introduce yourself.
Hi, thank you for this question. I'm Yuan Yang. I'm the Europe-China journalist at the Financial Times, having recently returned to Europe after 6 years in China. And Lyndon rightly points out the number of new measures that the EU has enacted over the last year in particular, and which are, although not targeted at China, are very likely to be used in response to what the EU considers as unfair trading practices, for example, the anti-coercion instrument and now the forced labour directive and so on. So I wonder, looking out over the next few years, when those measures are inevitably used and passed into national law as well, how do both sides avoid a kind of spiraling of trade barriers on one another? Clearly the EU feels like it's responding to the status quo in terms of unequal trade with China, but when these measures are enacted, I'm sure the Chinese side will see these as provocations. So how do we avoid a spiraling of trade relationships in that situation?
Thank you. And whilst you've got the mic, you're an FT journalist. You've been on this, on this agenda, looking at it. And it's great to have you here, the FT. But tell us, how do you see it? Do you see the thing? We're all the brain in this room. There's not just a panelist. Do you see things spiraling really significantly backwards? Is there a backsliding taking place? Do you think it's getting much worse than we have before? Given you've been reporting on it for some time.
Yeah. Well, I think Lyndon is right when she mentions that the openness of trade is also in the interest of China. So I think I think what we have is an image problem on the one hand, which is that both governments will need to be seen to respond to one another, and Beijing will not want to be seen as weak in the event of new trade regulations enacted against it. But on the other hand, there is really no self-interest in terms of trade for more economic blockades against the EU either, especially at a time when domestic demand in China is very weak. So I think that is a difficult balance from the Chinese side.
Great, thank you. Lady there in the scarf, third row from the front. You have the mic. Please introduce yourself.
Is it working? Yeah.
Yes,
Thank
it
you
is.
very much. Okay, Isabelle Dubreuil. This question is for Robert. Would you please tell me more?
Are you from an organization, institution, just say...
I am with the Direction Internationale Associée, and we work on investment policy.
Thank you.
Yeah. I would like to know how you deal with ADB involvement in AIIB. We know that now there is a movement, a trend, and maybe a new way to deal Japan's space with AIIB. How do you feel about it? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any others? Okay, so this will be it. All right. Okay, gone. Right. Robert first, and then Lillian, I'll come back to you, and then our other panelists, feel free to come in response to what you've just heard. First, Robert. That very specific question.
Thank you, and I think maybe I could also talk about the Washington dimension and also ADB, AIIB. It just your question said reminded me of a long time ago. I was in 10 years. I had a meeting on the Hill with our then Vice President Lee Kun-jin, who's now the President of AIIB. And so it was a briefing on what ADB does on climate change 10 years ago, I should add. And there was a bit of an accusation, because he was an ADB official, but not a Chinese official. But it was, why are you Chinese polluting so much? You're emitting so much. And this is dreadful. Okay, so it's a challenge, of course, and he's a very good debater. I always remember the response, and I'm sure he won't mind me saying this. It was, in China, we actually limited the sizes of our families to one child. We made a massive sacrifice. And can you say that? I mean, I kept the room silent. And it comes down to dialogue. This mistrust. I was at the COP last year in Glasgow, And I really thought it wasn't very helpful at the end to blame China and India for things not going forward. From an ADB standpoint, we can't think if we look at what's been done in China, afforestation, the biggest amounts of forest being put back in again, the ornithological initiative, there's a lot, there's a demand, but it's sensitivity about engaging. On AIIB, this really is our frequently asked question. ADB is often seen as Japanese because we've always had Japanese presidents, they're the biggest shareholder with the US, and AIIB is primarily Chinese. But I think this is really, it's a bit simplistic because Japan has 15% of shares in ADB, that's 85% others. And AIIB has, again, I can't speak for the AIIB, but it's also a multilateral institution, which one of the criteria they had for their operations was that it meets ADB standards, because we've worked a lot with them to inform their policies, as we worked with the Millennium Challenge Corporation to inform their policies. Again, there's nobody in ADB who, every country director we have, whether they're sitting in Ulaanbaatar or Dushanbe or Phnom Penh, is told your job is to serve the interests of Cambodia, Mongolia, Tajikistan. It's not to play geopolitics. It's to make sure the plumbing works, the drains work. So, and there's others. There's a Black Sea Trade and Development Bank. There's European development banks. We look forward to working with EIB Global. There's enough. There's a lot out there.
Thank you. I just hope that all of you stay on for the rest of the session so we can get your wisdom also. Lillian, over to you. And I'm going to ask all our panelists, you have to be really short, unfortunately, because
I'll be super short. So 3 sentences. But I think the lowest point of the bilateral relations could be the March, the beginning of the 2021, when the two sides traded the sanctions. But I think it's now warming up. So we are really happy about the recent visits. Second sentence about the reaction of the unilateral trade tours. 96% of Chinese companies are worried about the FSR, the foreign subsidy regulations, and 27% worried about the FDI screening, and 40% worried about anti-coercion instruments. So I will have more details if you want. So about the future, the effect of the unilateral trade tours, we are on the wait and see mode, and we hope that the EU will provide us with a fair and non-discriminatory environment, business environment for us. And for the for the power games between China, US, and Europe, we hope that it will not create fragmentation on the market, and we see the divergence on the international standards, and this we really don't want to see that, because it will mean for us the operational cost will be really high. Thank you.
Thank you for being short and clear, very clear. Mr. Sway, can I bring you in? Just very 60-second response to what you've heard so far. You don't have to.
Yes. I'm not so clear that how about the question to me, but I would like to say that now it's time to China and Europe to understand what's the real situation for us.
Okay.
So far, I'm still confident that China and EU could do something more once we are working together. Especially now, if you look at the so-called major powers gaming now, I think that China and the European Union still, the single true power to have some more constructive, understanding and the goals for this international order. Still, both China and the EU, we try to uphold the multilateral cooperation. Mm-hmm. We try to push forward. Even we need to have some more manage on so-called globalization. And of course, now the big question for both China and the EU is, just like more and more European countries also realized that maybe on the so-called geopolitical, terms that now it's in the face of multipolar world. So how could we find out the way to take use of multilateralism to manage so-called multipolar world? I think it's a very, very big and a real test for China and the EU.
Lovely.
So I think now, yes, it's time for us to review our cooperation, our relations. But I think the review should have some more constructive or positive conclusion. We should not just stop for discussing some meaningless issues. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Karim, do you want to? You don't have to come in on this. I'm just making sure you've got the opportunity to reflect on what the questions we've had from the floor. Karim.
Yes, very briefly, I found interesting that the questions revolved around the issue of cooperative versus competitive approaches, how to ensure convergence, how to avoid a spiraling of trade tensions. And I want to stress in this regard that probably we are witnessing a return of Colbertism, from the name Colbert, of these economic minister of finance of Louis XIV, that was known for a mercantilist approach with very much state-led interventionism in the economy, and the use of all statecraft means to project a country globally. I think we are witnesses these across the board. I mean, in Europe, in the US, in China, and we need to be very careful about not throwing the baby with the bathwater and forgetting too quickly the benefits that globalization provided us with. Of course, there have been some loopholes, and I refer to the tax area, for instance, where there's been competition, tax havens, but they can be fixed not with less international, but rather through more international cooperation. And in the area of trade, it is clear that we are not going to be able to overcome the current succession of economic shocks with more protectionism. This is obvious in the area of food security, because otherwise it will lead to higher food prices and more food insecurity. This is, of course, true of the climate area as well. We need to be very careful of trade and investment restrictive approaches if we want to really address the climate transition in a way that allows to maintain growth and development. So this will be my 2 cents.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And you invoke some interesting historical figures, but also some really important concepts. Bettina, very, very briefly.
Yes. Just one sentence to really summarize it. I think this relationship between EU and China is just too big to fail, and the European Union has really to recalibrate its China strategy. We have to focus on existing and emerging challenges and risk, but also strike the right balance between collaboration and competition. I think that's very important.
Great. Thank you very much. And as our resident cartoonist, who's at the back reflecting on this debate, as you'll see images happening, we have our resident cartoonist, is give diplomacy a break. And so, let's do that. But, we've heard throughout today, this morning, the fact that it's not something we can wind backwards, but let's look at multilateralism and the world that we are encountering to actually give this relationship a renewed focus, a reviewed focus, but to be honest with each other. And actually protectionism and blaming is not going to get us anywhere. It's actually denying the reality of the world we're living in. It's fine for politicians to talk about sovereignty, Europe to talk about autonomy, etc., or China to talk about its particular approach. The reality is we're an intertwined economy globally, and protectionism and how we behave with each other ain't going to help the citizen on the ground. Anyway, on that note, have some tea, coffee, some biscuits. Let's call it 10 minutes, just over 10 minutes, and we'll bring you back, but we'll reschedule the agenda accordingly. And my apologies. Thanks to all the speakers. Let me just should sort of applaud them. And my apologies to speakers who are going to be waiting and being delayed also. Thank you. Enjoy your tea, coffee.
Recording stopped. Recording in progress.
Colleagues, can I have you back, please? Sorry for breaking up a good conversation, but we're about to have another one. So I encourage all of those of you who are still having tea, coffee, please come back in. Okay. That's a bit reassuring. So many of you stayed on. That's very good. You didn't walk away out of exasperation. The debate has caught your imagination and continued interest. So welcome back. So we're now, after, I suppose, thinking large about the relationship and its doability, the diplomacy around it, and what are the give and takes. We're now going to move into this session where we talk about climate, trade, and technology. And I suppose it focuses on those issues that we've tackled so far in the opening discussion, and really kind of focusing down to the question about cooperation or competition, rivalry, protectionism, openness, closeness. And it's really thinking about how do we progress in the context of what we've heard so far, but quite specifically on the issue of climate, trade and technology, and how we move that forward. So I want to start off, we have 4 online contributors, all based back, but over in China or elsewhere, and then we have 1 here present. So thank you very much for being able to join us. So a very warm welcome to all our online panelists. Thank you very much for joining us. So I'm going to start with Ms. Gao Shiji. Thank you very much for joining us this afternoon. We know that cooperation is absolutely the maximum of the optimal outcome. But when we think about, as I said this morning, I'm going to ask the same question time and time again to see what the perspectives are on this. But tell us, in terms of the geopolitical context we find ourselves in, do you feel that cooperation, especially on green technology, so green technology where we know China has abundant capacity and resources, EU and the West have great demand and need, and the whole world does. Do you see there is a way in which we can cooperate on green technology with some concrete examples? A very short 2 or 3 minute contribution, and welcome. Gao. Can you hear me? You're on mute, I believe.
Oh, sorry. Hi.
Hi.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning and good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's a great honor for me to participate in this year's Europe-China Forum. This year's theme, tackling increasing global challenges, prioritizing constructive cooperation, is a very timely one. We all understand that climate change is the common challenge faced by us all. We need to work together to deal with this. One important area that we can all cooperate is to develop technologies for decarbonization, green growth, and green development. The Chinese government has taken a holistic and comprehensive strategy to promote green development in the home and to cooperate on green development worldwide. And as far as cooperation in green technology and green innovation is concerned, I think China and Europe has a very good track record in terms of developing this kind of cooperation, in terms of trade, in terms of technology. We understand that a lot of China and European companies operating in China have brought with them these clean production technologies, this management styles, etc. We see in the water, environmental protection, and in green energy as well. We also understand that China has been investing heavily in developing green energies because we believe that investment in green technologies can produce triple dividends. First, it can reduce pollution, which benefits people's health. It also helps to spur economic growth. We regard green technology, green energy as a strategic industry sector. And also it helps to reduce carbon emission. And over the years, we've seen increased trade relationship between China and Europe on green products. For example, solar PV cells. China is the largest producer and user and also an exporter of solar PV products. And also we have many European companies in solar and especially in wind technology operating in China. They use China as a production base, produce products for the world, literally producing products in China, for China, and for the world. I think that is an area that we can further strengthen our cooperation because, again, we are dealing with the most challenging issues faced by the people around the world, be it from developed countries or from developed countries. I think my brief statement is that China and Europe has a great potential in working together to produce green technologies, green innovations for the world. Thank you.
Thank you very clear and to the point. Thank you very much for doing that because it helps a great deal. Rather than kind of, I'm going to go straight on to Tiang Li and a warm welcome to you, by the way. Thank you for joining us also. I want to move to the differing or the comparative approaches to Industry 4.0 between China and the EU, and what we can learn from that. So thank you for joining us, Tiang Li. So what's your in your experience, given what you do, what lessons do you think both are learning or not from their experiences over the past couple of years?
Thank you, Dharmendra, and good morning, good afternoon to my co-panelists, and good to see at least one of us is sitting there with you.
Yes, thank you.
So, Since I am responsible for the field industry and trade, I will try to focus mainly my statement on the technology and also on the industry side, since the other panelists probably will talk more about climate and trade. Well, technological innovation is an important pillar to support climate action, full stop. I mean, when we look at, for example, the new setup of the German federal government, we can see that the former economic ministry is now called the Ministry for Economic Affairs and Climate Action. So that already emphasizes it. Well, important industry initiatives such as circular economy or digital product passports in manufacturing, they all significantly contribute to CO2 reductions. They do so by increasing efficiencies in manufacturing loops. They do so by increasing traceability in terms of supply chains. And by doing so, they also need the technological foundation. You have already mentioned, Dharmendra, Industry 4.0. Well, Industry 4.0 is one of the very famous German key solutions. I would even say a very good German branded made in Germany in the digitalization world these days that allows basically or lays the technological foundation for all of that. And similar as Germany, China has also national technological answers to that. For example, the Industry Internet Alliance, just to name one. At the moment, what we observe is that these systems, ecosystems, they do compete with each other. Both economic areas, the European Union as well as China, they are both establishing their own ecosystems in the data-driven world. And we highly advocate that we need to create an open and inclusive approach in order to make sure that those two systems, and these maybe there are even more systems that they are interoperable, and interoperability is essential to make sure that companies can innovate and innovation doesn't stop at national borders. So our project work at GIZ focus exactly at these areas. We do work together with Chinese and European experts, and we basically try to advocate for the inclusive ecosystems. On a more technical level, I think it is also important to mention that both the European Union as well as China, they focus a lot on standardization and standardization work as well as norms. I mean, there's this very famous popular saying, who creates the standard, who has the market? And I think this is still true. And internationally harmonized standards, they do reduce technical barriers to trade, and high quality standards, they are not only important for product safety, but they are also important for protecting the environment. So both Europe and China, they have a long history in collaboration here, and we highly recommend that they continue to do so. Last but not least, I want to also come to the business level and emphasize that innovation in green technologies, they also need to come at an affordable price. I mean, if we look at green hydrogen, for example, the technology, the innovation is there, but in order to have it marketable, we still need to ramp up. We need to make it affordable for the global market. To come to an end, I think I'm already at the end of my time. The new multidimensional relationship of partnership, competition, and rivalry, it has been mentioned a lot today morning. I think it is also important to find answers for companies and also implementation agencies as my institution, GIZ. We need clarification, further clarification for the governments, both from the EU side, but as well as from the Chinese side. Where is cooperation still wanted? And this is essential for further innovation. Technology itself is not purpose-driven, but it requires the actors to give it a purpose and use it accordingly.
Jiang Li, thank you so much. Very wise words, very thoughtful. From your perspective, I mean, where would we like cooperation? Let's hopefully some of the people in the audience can answer that question too. But have you witnessed a significant downturn or a souring of relations in the past 2 years from the GIZ point of view? I know it's difficult for you to say because you are this funny body, and so you may not want to say stuff. But what's your perspective?
Actually, we need to distinguish between the business world or the business relationships of the private sector and the Sino-German, so the government relationship. In my observation, the business relationship between the German European industry and the Chinese industry is still characterized by high dynamics. And I mean, China has been the traditional export to market, investment market. What we observe, China also has become an innovation hub. So it's not only the market size itself, but innovation do happen in China. And this is also what German business in all sectors, and for Germany, of course, the automotive sector is one of the most important ones. They do acknowledge that, and therefore, I would say the business relationship have even they're at least at the same pace, and they're still continuing.
No, indeed.
But on the other hand, on the political level, it has been said a lot today morning already, so there's definitely a shift.
Thank you. You make a really good point about technology being given a purpose and innovation being so key. That your point about hydrogen, but I point to electric cars. We know that's part of the solution. Yet the adaptation, let's say in terms of Germany, the vested interest in terms of the industry, the car industry there, and you still electric cars are still a luxury, deemed to be a luxury good, as opposed to reducing the cost and its operability and functionality, so that the ordinary man and woman, child, young person can actually have access to these more electric, less fossil fuel-based products. But I'll bring you in on that in a moment, but later in the conversation. But I want to, on the point you make about hydrogen, etc., I want to turn to Jacob. Jacob, if I may. Fresh out of COP, if I can call it that. Another talking shop with very little implementation. Yet, the big issue of loss and damage was given a breath of life in a way it never has done before. From your perspective, given what took place in COP, where, in concrete terms, do you see opportunities for collaboration and cooperation?
Between the EU,
EU and China.
Well, let me not start with the loss and damage side of the...
No, indeed, sure.
But instead on mitigation ambition. So,
it's on.
Okay. Let me not start with the loss and damage part of the outcome from the COP, which was very important, a significant step forward in showing that the international community is responding to the concerns of countries, particularly vulnerable developing countries, dealing with the impacts of climate change, which is part of the positive side of what came out of COP27, but rather where I think many expressed disappointment, which was an indication, particularly for major economies, that they were taking the political signals sent in Glasgow last year seriously and going back to their domestic policies and seeing whether or not they couldn't align them more directly with the Glasgow goals of keeping 1.5 degree average global temperature rise within reach. And this is where I think we saw disappointment. We were expecting China to be able to go back and look at its NDC in the context of its evolving domestic policies under its 5-year plan, and, for example, state what it could do more in terms of peaking its emissions earlier, in terms of expanding the scope of its NDC to include gases other than CO2, et cetera. We didn't see that, but we continue to have high expectations of what China might do next. I should say that the bilateral cooperation between China and the EU has actually been very close on the issue of climate policy. And I think that's in part because we share a dedication not just to setting pledges and targets for ourselves, but showing how it is that we're putting in place the domestic policies necessary to implement those targets. So for the EU, it's the Fit for 55 policies that we've been rolling out in the context of COVID, in the context of the current energy crisis, where we've shown that the more we look at what we can do, the more we discover that we can do more. From China, we're expecting something similar in the rollout of their 5-year plan, but we do both contain and maintain this focus on implementation as an absolutely critical aspect of our climate diplomacy. It's through that leadership by example that we think that we can bring others on board and showing that ambitious climate policies are both possible and necessary. The politics in Sharm el-Sheikh itself, I think, turned away from ambition and towards loss and damage because of this increasing frustration of developing countries, particularly the vulnerable ones, in not seeing enough action to cut emissions, and the fact that they are more and more beginning to experience the impacts of climate change in a real and significant way. Here, the EU and China also have an opportunity to collaborate more together, not so much through leadership by example, but by supporting the international community's response in helping developing countries, particularly vulnerable countries in need. And what the EU is looking for China now, looking into the future, is more of a willingness for China to step up as a donor that isn't just providing support through South-South cooperation, but is willing to participate more in the sort of transparency and accountability rules that come with providing support to third countries, and to participate more formally as a donor in solving this and other solutions faced by the poor and the vulnerable around the world.
You spent a lot of your time working with the main man, Frans Timmermans, and he took it was quite interesting at COP. He took a very good, central position. Sorry, that's me being biased. I was really quite taken by the fact that he was forthright. He's a friend of the House. We've moderated, we've worked with him on many occasions. But for once, it was very much Europe, both claiming disappointment, and he was quite upfront about it. But when you say the words you've used, I want to kind of dig a little bit deeper, just for a moment. We have a crisis of energy. We know that we need to upscale renewables at a pace like we've never known before. It's almost like the kind of crisis-driven approach that we've taken for building hospitals or getting a vaccine. We need that kind of turbocharged approach to tackling climate change, because we know we're in the deep doo-doo. Is there not an opportunity here for actually working in a collaborative way so that the resources that are available in China could work with the resources in Europe to really upscale alternative sources? Is there a plan for that?
Well, I think we do see very clear examples of that open cooperation between China and the EU accelerating ambition. And I think the most obvious example of that in the context of trade and the diffusion of technologies in the area of solar PV, where the real drive for renewables in Europe and particularly in Germany created a market pull which China stepped in to supply. And as a result, although it wasn't always smooth throughout that trade relationship, you did see that the costs of solar panels coming down dramatically, therefore becoming much more available around the world, not just in Europe, but in other countries, including developing countries, and that helped to drive further ambition. I think the real question is that once we move away from that kind of first generation of technologies into some of the technologies that will be necessary not just to reduce emissions, but to achieve the decarbonization of entire economies, while at the same time not deindustrializing those economies, as to whether or not those markets can remain quite as open as they have been in the area of solar PV. So if you take for example the challenge of developing batteries that are sufficiently efficient to provide much more affordable storage at much greater capacity than they are today, those kinds of technologies, those kinds of supply chains are much more complex than looking at solar PV alone. And particularly in a context where Europe and other countries are experiencing an energy security crisis that requires us to be much more careful about how we build the supply chains of the future, my guess is that it won't be quite as straightforward in terms of our relationships in trading those new technologies and those new sources of innovation. So we have to try to keep those markets open, but I think we also have to keep in mind that there are multiple interests at play. Certainly climate change and reducing emissions, but also making sure that countries can build industrial strategies that help them to, again, decarbonize their economy without deindustrializing it.
But you don't see a grand plan for upscaling and transforming the pace of change on renewables. I'm talking about wind turbines, sea-based wind turbines, etc. All of those things that could really make a dent immediately in the next 5 years. You don't see a grand plan with Asia or China on that front?
I think there are.
You may not be able to say, obviously, but that's just me being,
a
putting it out.
grand plan, perhaps not. But I mean, and that's not really what the COPs focus on. They focus on trying to drive ambition through higher targets and pledges, but they're not really about a global industrial policy planning process. But I think you can see in the margins of the COP and getting more and more political attention, lots of sector-specific partnerships that are technologically specific. For example, around green hydrogen, around offshore, around the phasing out of the internal combustion engine, where through those partnerships that involve not just governments but also the private sector, you can create greater predictability, greater stability of supply chains, better connection between demand and supply, which isn't so much a plan per se, but certainly a willingness to cooperate and to avoid unnecessary friction.
Thank you. Thank you for responding to my pushy questions. Well noted. Last but not least, Alicia, I'm really pleased to welcome you to this discussion. Again, someone who has worked extensively in the area, the region, but you've been in almost every single financial international institution, whether it's the IMF or the ECB elsewhere. So it's great to have you here. When you reflect on the the 20th Party Congress most recently, what's your sense of the kind of relationship you see in terms of the move towards less dependency, or how businesses are going to manage this current context we're in terms of how the political relationships are driving some of the economic dances that we're seeing being played out in the private sector in terms of dependency or not. Alicia, thank you very much.
Thanks for the invite. It's a pleasure to be here. Let me go straight to your question. I think we have all been quite relieved after the G20 because the reading of the party Congress, as I'm sure you all realize, was quite negative in terms of the rest of the world, exactly because the impression was that China was closing itself further. And I think since we have had two good news. One is, of course, conversations being resumed on a personal basis, and then, of course, the signals that China will open up in terms of moving away from zero COVID policies. And I think this is all good news. But beyond that worries about where China is heading politically and also economically, I think I would go to one point that refers to the question you were asking before, and which is indeed in one of the key messages of the Party Congress, which is that China's modernization is all about technological hegemony. And we Europeans need to understand what technological hegemony is all about. There is a relation between industrial policy and trade, industrial policy and foreign direct investment that makes that technological hegemony possible. As far as climate change is concerned, and to be very specific, this means that when we discuss, the grand, you just talked about a grand deal, let's get more out of our bilateral relations with China to speed up our energy transition. But I just have to remind the audience that would mean, because we are already at 80% of solar panels imported from China, basically 200. And I want to basically come back to the COP27 and China's reasons to keep basically coal production going, which is exactly that China doesn't want to be in the position Europe is today with gas and Russia. So, we should learn from China's wisdom, shouldn't we? We should learn that we can't possibly import 100% of solar panels from a single source, no matter whether it's China, India, or any other place in the world, because it's just too risky. And it's risky even not because of political reasons, even for climate change reasons. Just imagine, if something, a very severe drought or who knows, any kind of climate event were to happen. So, I just
think it is important not only to speed up, but to speed up our energy transition with the mindset that we want to make sure we are also, to some extent, not fully self-reliant. We don't need to, necessarily follow China's mantra on this one, but at least slightly more than we are now. And this is true, as we heard before, not only for solar panels, but most importantly for critical materials. There, I think that there are lots of lessons we can learn even from South Korea. South Korea has signed 4 strategic agreements with Canada, with Chile, with Australia, and with Indonesia in just a year or so to make sure that they can access this critical material. So I think we need to step up, because by now, and I finish with this one, China's processing of critical materials is, I have the data here for lithium, for nickel, or cobalt and graphite is basically 70% and heading to 80% according to Bloomberg's estimates by 2025. So again, I think we need to think of some kind of diversification of the sources of critical materials for our transition to green energy. Thank you so much.
Very effective, Alicia. Thank you very much. But if you were to sum up, right, you just gave the example of the contracts that that you've seen and you've witnessed between various parts of the world. Is that a template? Is that what? This is my words, not yours. Would that be the kind of recommendation, the template approach to diversifying, but also making sure that we take a genuinely global, interdependent approach to the transition we all need to go through?
Totally. I'm not calling for self-reliance. I'm calling for interdependence, but not dependence. It's very different to be interdependent to be independent. And for that, we need to look at what are the bottlenecks. And the bottlenecks so far, critically, are critical materials. That's why it's so critical. So, let's take it from there.
Alicia, thank you very much. Okay, colleagues, the floor is yours. Any questions that you're inspired to ask? Any issues that weren't clear? Things that you might disagree with in what we've heard so far? You've got a lot of time this time. Our FT journalists always count on you. Thank you. But also, I encourage those of you who've been quiet, please don't be shy. Again, of course, and we have. So I'm going to take you first, but I'll take the gentleman in the back, and then I'll come back to you. So again, do introduce yourself, because we've all got short memories.
Sure. Thank you. My name is Yuan Yang. I'm from the Financial Times. I cover China-Europe relations. I have a question for Jacob about the work of the Directorate General for Climate Action. As we've just heard from all the speakers, there is concern about dependency on China in the green technology push, and I was wondering, what are the plans currently under discussion for diversification, especially working with third countries, and also what are the risks that you see that might come into play when the EU's Forced Labour Directive starts to come into action in a couple of years? We've seen the same disruptions, for example, for the solar PV supply in the US after the Uyghur Forced Labour Act. And do you see similar issues with the enactment of the EU directive?
Thank you. Gentleman at the back.
Hi. I'm Li from Xinhua News Agency. I'm a journalist from China. I have a question for Alicia, right, if I'm right, and one question for Jacob. The question for Alicia, could you elaborate a bit about, I think you mentioned the technological hegemony. So what is this word? What is the real meaning of it? And do you think if there is one technological hegemony, do you think there's one or some states that are really in this position right now? And what's the difference between technological hegemony and technological or strategic autonomy? My question for Jacob, you have mentioned that it is important to keep the openness as open as possible. But we have noticed that there's more restriction in the EU policies concerning the investment screening or the solar strategy or the strategy about the strategic materials and also the energy storage, these kind of things. There are many. Do you think these will contribute to the openness? And do you think these will help or hinder the climate action? Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. I'm going to err on the side of including our online people, and we have an online question. So, hello? You're muted. Hi, hello.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, my comments go to this morning.
No,
really
but could you first introduce yourself, my friend?
I'm sorry. My name is Francis Snyder. I'm a professor at Peking University School of Transnational Law.
Mm-hmm.
Previously, I taught in part-time in Tsinghua and PKU in Beijing. And I've been a professor at the College of Europe in Bruges for more than 30 years, a long time. So my comments very rapidly, excuse me for doing this. I think there are two themes that ran through the discussion this morning. One is trust, how to build trust. I'm an academic, I'm not a business person and so on. So trust, how to build trust. The second one is respect, how to demonstrate respect. And then the third point I would like to put out there is two different themes. One is making the world in your own image. And that is a theme which Europe has been involved in regarding China for the last, I don't know, since 1947 or since the EU started in 1951. And we all know about that. I don't have to expand on that. The other theme is soft power versus hard power. Europe, its values in the treaty and many other places emphasizes its soft power. But now we have the economic facts as were brought out this morning. And so we're maybe in an era of new Colbertism. This is not Ricardo, it's Colbert, and we have to live with it. We have to try to think how to make some run around it. And my first impression is that economic competition is getting in the way. Now, we're not going to change our whole economic system, that's certain. And someone just mentioned, I think it was Alicia, diversification of sources. I think that's a very good idea. But what about thinking about diversification of types of interrelation? Let's just hypothetically suppose that take the solar panels or any other sector, that instead of competition, all the companies were urged by their governments in Europe as well as in China to cooperate, to form joint ventures or something like this. In other words, to take the other side into account in a serious way. So some brief remarks from maybe a different point of view. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for taking the time and being very thoughtful and providing some alternative perspectives as well. Much appreciated. We have the question just here at the front, and then last one there, the gentleman. Then I'm going to close it off. So just the front here on the right-hand side, please. Lady with the scarf. And again, please do reintroduce yourself.
Yes. Hello. This question is for Alicia. Of course, Mr. Gao and Mrs. Lee. What about health in climate change action? Waters, rivers, everything is concerned with health and populations. So inequity is a real topic. What could be done? Thanks.
Very big, good topic, and thank you for raising that particular issue. Gentleman here again from Washington. Again, please do reintroduce yourself.
Yes, thank you very much. Albert Keidel from George Washington University. For Alicia, could you help us understand, there have been a number of articles and writings and presentations about the difficulties China's economy seems to be facing in the medium term. They talked about, of course, COVID, but also even the labor force issues with the demography, problems of state-owned enterprises, a movement away from privatization, sort of the leftist surge and so forth that some are predicting really is going to decelerate the Chinese economy dramatically in the next 5, 6, 7 years. I personally have trouble seeing the strength behind those, but I wonder what your take would be on the next 5 years or the Chinese economy, because some are seeing that as a threat to China that will cause it to shift into more sort of reactive foreign policy stance. Thank you very much.
Great, thank you. Alicia, can I bring you first in on that, and then you can respond to the issues that have been raised. I mean, quite interestingly, I was waiting for someone to raise that point about hegemony and whether, you know, someone was going to say to you, what do you mean by that? So what do you mean by that?
Well, technological hegemony. So we move from modernization, which is a key word in the party congress, to what it means, technological hegemony, according to my understanding. What does that mean? It means dominance of deep tech, that is basically quantum computing, artificial intelligence, etc., at semiconductors. So that's, I think, why does China want to achieve technological hegemony? Because on the one hand, that's a way to protect itself from what China considers to be containment from the US. And frankly speaking, after the chip ban in early October, it's quite understandable that China sees it this way. So that would be quite different, in my view, from strategic autonomy, because the EU doesn't necessarily aim at achieving technological hegemony. To start, we're very far from that in many of these sectors. Imagine semiconductors or others, and I don't think our aim is to basically dominate those sectors, but actually the concept of open strategic autonomy is to make sure that we do not exceed in what we can depend on, rather than we dominate, thus others become dependent. Or if you want, maybe China doesn't need anybody else to become dependent, but I have to give you just one piece of data to, if not prove the opposite, because this might not be the intention, China's intention, it's just a result of its sheer size and ability. But solar manufacturers were mentioned in a previous intervention as, you know, a cooperation between Europe and China. And I just want to basically remind the audience that out of the 10 largest solar manufacturers in the world, 8 are Chinese, 1 is Canadian, and the other 1 is American. There's no single European solar manufacturer left among the 10 largest, let alone in China. So this is what I mean by open strategic autonomy. That this should not happen if we need solar panels for our green transition. At least we should have some place in the market. Of course, not dominance, which is the idea that I think China is pursuing in terms of deep technology. So, which is not solar panels, obviously. But I'm saying this is the difference in the two concepts. I've been too long. I know there are other questions, so maybe what I'll do, if time allows, I'll take the others later, because I don't want to...
There isn't time allowed, actually, I'm afraid.
Yeah.
So no, there isn't. So if you want to have your 60 seconds, could you do that now, please? But I could just very briefly say that it's a very, you know, the palpability of the description of the kind of the solar panel companies. And that's also, isn't it just a consequence of the inability of Europe to go to scale or to use foresight to invest in the right things? But anyway, back to you. In terms of answering any of the other questions, very briefly.
I think we cannot claim only EU inability because, again, the US only has one company and Canada has one company either, and I don't think the US has an issue with economies of scale. I mean, we just need to remind, you know, how this happened and the massive the massive subsidies that were introduced years ago, and that, by the way, the European Commission tried to stop in 2013. So this is a long story, but this is not the bulk of the issue. We might be very unable in Europe, but I don't think that explains the whole story. On growth, and 1 second, on growth and China, these are the numbers. These are NDRC numbers, basically national planning in China, and which basically argue that by 2035, China will grow about 2.7% if no major reforms are introduced. That's where we are. I would put that at less than 2.5 by 2030 by now, because that analysis was conducted in 2014. And since then, many things have happened in China, and I don't have the time to list them. So that will mean that by 2030, China will probably grow similarly to the US. So there will be no additional convergence from there onwards. Yeah.
Great, thank you. Alicia, thank you very much. And very, very briefly, back to Piang Li, just to respond to that issue about health and inequality, if you can. Followed by Gao. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. But the question on health and inequality, maybe you can still repeat it one more time for me. I didn't catch this.
So I think the issue that the person in the audience was raising, is that actually when we think about climate change and climate damage, there's an issue around how inequality is being either overlooked or not considered in how we manage the transition to get better at taking action on climate change, and we're not having a conversation about the impact on inequality, the inequality that's currently there, and they're likely to get deeper if we don't address it in both markets.
Well, I mean, I'm coming from the business perspective mainly, so it is a little bit difficult for me to respond to that. If I may pass that to my co-panelists.
No worries. No worries at all. Gao, do you want to respond to that?
Actually, I'm not in a position to address the inequality issue, but my focus is on the domestic policies, and our growth strategies has always been the pro-growth and to benefit most of the people. That's our national strategy. And also, I would like to just touch upon a few topics by other speakers. First is about China's commitment to climate change. I think China has always kept its promise and also deliver more than its promise. And over the past, 10 years, as far as emission reduction is concerned. Second is about technology hegemony. China is the victim of technology hegemony. During the Cold War, we are constrained by this coordinating committee for multilateral export control. So, and after the Cold War, this Wassenaar arrangement for export control, restricting exporting technologies to China. So I would say prefer the word strategic autonomy. And the third is about China's companies' competitiveness in green technology. I think if you look at closely the competitive situation in China, the domestic market for green technology is hyper competitive. So the 8 companies in the current top 10, they were not there 10 years ago. So this is because of the market economy, because of the transformation of China's national system of innovation. So companies grow because of they survive the harsh competitive markets in China. So that's my understanding from the domestic development strategy. I'm no international expert. That's my I see response to some of the points mentioned by the previous speakers and the audience. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and thank you. Last but not least, I'm going to give you the last word, Jay, because you had quite a few questions. And is that, hang on, did I just see Biang Li's hand go up? Was it?
Yes, Damendra. Actually, I was very much thinking about the solar panel question when you just caught me off guard before.
I'm sorry.
Add another,
Go on.
No, I have to apologize. But if I may add another aspect, I think the comments made before by Alicia, but also by the other speakers before, they were mainly focusing on the manufacturing of hardware of solar panels. What we also need to look at is the business model itself. I mean, I don't know the other countries and markets so well, but looking at Germany, for example, if you take a textile industry, a textile manufacturing company, it has a profit and loss circle of 2 years' time usually. But if you look at the amortization rate of solar panels to be installed, you look at 5 years of return on investment. And at the moment, this would be simply not a good business case for a textile company to install solar panels, no matter whether they come from Canada, from US, or from China. And I think if we look at this part, so basically what the market actually drives, and also how to sell, are there probably models of renting the solar panels from a third party, from a service provider, and can I basically just sell the excess electricity to others, to the market, to private customers? I think these are also questions that need and can be addressed. So just to add to the manufacturing aspects that were discussed.
No, points really well made. Thank you in bringing that, that different perspective and looking at it through a different lens, and that very important point about business model matters. Jacob, finally to you, because quite a few questions, and that'll be our concluding comment.
Okay, well, let me try to combine them. One was a question about the role of DG Klima and markets, and the other was a question about how do we keep markets open, even as we seek to decarbonize them. I mean, DG Klima's primary role within the EU policymaking structure is to set the targets. So the famous 55% target, the net zero target, the way in which those are now reflected in binding law, that was essentially Klima's contribution. But with the European Green Deal, obviously we have to draw upon all elements of European policymaking processes to make sure that they are aligned with achieving those ambitious targets. So you saw then, of course, TaxUD and DG Trade and other aspects of the Commission working on the carbon border adjustment measure, which was to make sure that as we decarbonize our economy, we're not leading to carbon leakage elsewhere. You will see included in free trade agreements requirements that our trading partners respect the Paris Agreement as parties to the Paris Agreement. And you'll see increasingly carbon footprinting methodologies being a way of setting standards for the kinds of products that are being placed on the European market. So the Green Deal moves beyond target setting into trying to manage markets, but it goes beyond that as well. And the European Green Deal also has important social aspects to it, looking for a just transition within the EU. So when our industries faced that kind of disruption that was caused by opening our markets to solar panels, for example, you'll see similar efforts to try to make sure that communities are supported as part of the transition. And you will see human rights type standards begin to be attached to our trading policies as well. So in the context of all of that, that government management of markets in moving towards net zero, how do you ensure that you keep those markets open so that societies can experience the benefits of open markets at the same time? And I think that the answer to that is you try to drive ambition across all economies in a way that's parallel. We've all made commitments under Paris essentially to go to net zero by mid-century. Within a decade or two, China and the EU have made that same commitment. We're by 2050, China by 2060. That means that our consumption and production is going to increasingly be aligned with the kinds of standards that the EU is setting now in order to ensure that our economies are in fact moving rapidly to net zero. So open markets, but to standards that are aligned with the Paris Agreement and what science tells us is absolutely essential. And as long as those standards are transparent, we work on developing them together. It is possible to imagine a world that drives towards net zero markets, but at the same time keeps those markets open. And that's certainly the vision that we're trying to maintain within the EU. Thanks.
There's rules, international standards, accountability and transparency in all of that. So let's see. So colleagues, there you go. That's the kind of reflections that we've had on this particular issue. Then, it's clear that even if we've aligned ourselves on the timescale, how we get there might be buggered by geopolitics and politics more widely. We don't know. Given where we've come from for the last 3.5 years, no one can tell. But I think the ambition's there, as I agree with you. So, colleagues, that's it on this particular session. We've got a lovely lunch for you upstairs, so please do stay. And then come back, because we've got the EU's ambassador to China, and then we've got the head of the EU, the Chinese mission minister for economic and commercial office at the Chinese mission EU, kicking off our afternoon session amongst a range of others. So do stay for that third and final session. And I want to thank all our contributors. Thank you all very much in our usual fashion. Thank you for being stimulating. And see you back here. We'll call you in about half an hour. Thank you very much.
Recording stopped.
那还有那个，
反正。 Aperitif. Damit es nicht kalt wird. Können wir die noch aufmachen? Ja, sicher. Ja. Ja, und ich bin mal gespannt, wie was schmeckt. Das Problem ist, es ist halt etwas wenig für 4 wäre das okay gewesen. Jetzt liegt gerade Stretch. Ich muss nur wissen, ob das als Grundlage geht. Dann kann man auch mal. Na? Ist das die Person, die kommt, wenn ich eine Gabel da reinstecke? Oder ist es jemand anderes? Ach, es ist jemand anderes. Ja, so gut. Okay. Moritz und sagt, es gibt was zu essen. Ich komme nicht schon wieder. Nach der Langohr, weißt du, wenn du das gerade lesen kannst. Und Florian-Langohr, kennst du den auch? Ciao. Ich dachte jetzt eigentlich, oh, es gibt was zu essen. Der kommt aber wenn dann auch von hinten. Ja, nicht unbedingt. Und das was für ein Tag? Donnerstag. Ja, eigentlich hat er heute länger. Eigentlich hat er erst die ersten beiden frei, aber den einzigen, wo er bis nachmittags auch hat. Und noch Quicker.
Recording in progress.
Okay. Okay, not. Sorry, we've got just got a technical issue. I'll be back to you in a moment. We're just sorting that out. I've been a bit too early. Okay, we've got a few technical problems with this screen here, but those screens are working. Well, let's see. We're not sure yet. But a very warm welcome back to this last and final session as we, the glide path down for the EU-China Forum as we conclude this fairly heady set of conversations. We now move to, as you can see, we have a scene setting, but this session is very much looking at the harmonization of the Global Development Initiative and the Global Gateway, and how do these two big policy mantras from two large markets work, collide, or make sense of each other. But we'll find that out. But our focus is obviously, as a result of both these two major initiatives, is to look at the role of low to middle income countries and what happens to them in the kind of interchange between two giant markets. How do they feature? How do they fare? Do they get left behind, or do they have to compete for people's attention or the region's attention? We'll discuss some of that and more in a moment. We have a scene setting, as you can see. We have Minister Gang Men here to present, but just to say that the EU ambassador to China is currently with Charles Michel and President Xi Jinping. So it's a good excuse, huh? So, but imagine he was going to be here, so that's great. But what I have been informed by the offices back in Beijing is that he may, at any moment, pop up. Okay, so if you see Ambassador Toledo, that yoga will turn up. I doubt it, because I think there are more important things to attend to in terms of being with the President of China and Charles Michel in a meeting. But if he should pop up, we'll take the opportunity to find out what they've just been talking about, which will be great. But without further ado, a great pleasure to invite Minister. Please do join us here. There's a microphone here for you. Mr. Peng Yang has joined us, thankfully, and you've got a busy agenda as well, I know, and you have other things to attend to, given the conversations that are happening here right now. Please, you're from the head of the Economic and Commercial Office of the Mission here. Please set out the scene as you see it, in the context of what we've been talking about so far. As you know, we've been talking about, whether we give diplomacy a go or not, the whole idea of multilateralism, the sense of being cooperative and collaborative rather than competitive and isolationist. This session, as I said, it's about two. You have the Global Development Initiative and you have the Global Gateway. How do we make sense of that? So give us your view in setting the scene for this conversation, and very warm welcome to you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Ganani, our moderator. And first of all, it's really a very, very great pleasure for me to meet so friends of here today. While expecting our Honorable Ambassador of the year, he's been still very busy with the very high-level, important meetings led by President Charles Michel right now. Thank you so much for having me here, first of all. I should say the warm atmosphere at this forum, in this room exactly, is dispelling the chill of Brussels winter. I think today, as well as this year's winter, is a little bit chiller than ever before. Of course, I've got no much more experience to spend the winter time. Only I have been staying here, taking my posting only for more than a year and a half or something. Before I get started, on behalf of the Chinese mission to the EU, I would like to extend my warmest congratulations to the Europe-China Forum today. It really gives me a great pleasure to discuss with ladies and gentlemen present here today on how China and the EU can join hands and deepen constructive cooperation in face of increasing challenges. We are living at a time of momentum changes unseen in a century, changes that are consequential to the world, to our time, to the history. With the COVID-19 pandemic still dragging on, as all of us are experiencing this kind of outbreak of pandemic, the geopolitical tensions and the food and energy crisis, today's world lacks the proper momentum for economic recovery. So against the difficulties currently facing the global economy, China insists on providing new opportunities for the world with new development. As the 20th National Congress of the Communist Party of China has underscored, China will embark on a new journey of building a great modern socialist country and achieve the great rejuvenation of the Chinese nation through the Chinese path to modernization. So in this process, China will stay committed to advancing high standard opening up, staying on the right track of economic globalization, promote an open world economy, and expand converging interests with other countries, including EU and EU member countries, of course. Hand in hand, we want to create a favorable environment and cultivated new drivers for global development with countries around the world. As a matter of fact, like President Xi Jinping pointed out more than once, that China always regards Europe as a comprehensive strategic partner and stands ready to work with friends from the European side to foster the China-EU partnership for peace, growth, reform, and civilizations, and that China supports the EU's strategic autonomy and wishes for Europe's stability and prosperity. Just today, as all of us right now are expressing, European Council President Michel paid an official visit to China and had fruitful meetings with President Xi Jinping and other high-level Chinese leaders. The two sides had in-depth exchanges on China-EU relations and international and regional issues of common concerns, during which the shared opinions strengthened strategic communications and coordination, built a series of important consensus, and pointed out the direction for future cooperation. Since this year, as a matter of fact, President Xi Jinping had met with a number of European leaders already. These meetings have enhanced the mutual understanding and trust between the two sides, deepened our practical or pragmatic cooperation in various fields, and are also highly important for the sound development of China-EU relations at large, and injected more stability in the complex and turbulent international situation. Ladies and gentlemen, numbers can best speak to the strong economic ties between China and Europe. Let's see, on last year, bilateral trade exceeded $800 billion for the first time, and the cumulative two-way investment exceeded $270 billion. EU investment in China had a sharp increase of 121.5%, reaching $7.45 billion. So that's a big number. And also from January to October this year, two-way trade stood at $711.3 billion, with a year-on-year increase of 6.3%. That's also a very big jump due to the difficulty of ongoing breaking of pandemic. We're glad to see that it is not only the trade number that has increased, but also quality of our economic cooperation elevated and the breadth expanded, notably in such areas such as green development, digital transformation, infrastructure, connectivity, so on and so forth. So the fact that China-European economic and trade cooperation has always maintained a strong momentum indicates that the bilateral cooperation enjoys great resilience and potential, because it is firmly rooted in solid public support, extensive common interests, and similar strategic needs. And China-EU cooperation, by sending out the positive signal of economic globalization and win-win cooperation, not only benefits our two sides, but also injects confidence and positive energy for global economic recovery. So, dear friends, China and Europe do differ in terms of social system, historical background, cultural tradition, and stage of development. But as two major global forces, markets and civilizations, our shared interests far outweigh our differences. And we shoulder the common responsibilities of maintaining global peace and stability, and of promoting common development and prosperity. Digging deep into the root cause of the current ongoing economic difficulties, it is the damaged international cooperation that has led to the disruption of industrial and supply chains. In face of such scenario, the so-called decoupling and breaking the chain will only exacerbate rather than solve the problem, and should never become the mainstream. Ladies and gentlemen, at the UN General Assembly last year, President Xi Jinping proposed the Global Development Initiative, GDI, which upholds the concepts of prioritizing development and putting people first, and aims to build a global development community and accelerate the implementation of the UN 2030 SDG agenda. Since its launching, the initiative has been endorsed by more than 100 countries and international organizations, including the UN, and more than 60 countries have joined the group of friends of the GDI, giving developing countries new hope for prosperity. Ladies and gentlemen, talking about the Global Gateway Program, China welcomes and supports all initiatives aimed at assisting developing countries in the construction of infrastructure and promoting common development. I'd like to emphasize here that in promoting cooperation under the Belt and Road Initiative, China has always adhered to the principle of common construction, common consultation, joint construction, and shared benefits. Under BRI cooperation, China has helped relevant countries and regions build a large number of high-quality livelihood projects, including infrastructure. The World Bank estimates that the BRI initiative will lift 7.6 million people out of extreme poverty and 32 million out of moderate poverty in the countries en route. In this area, China and Europe share many common viewpoints on the general direction of connectivity, and China is willing to collaborate with the European side to develop third-party market cooperation and leverage our respective advantages to assist developing countries in accelerating their green transformation, improving their scientific capacity, and developing innovative technologies, and jointly promoting connectivity and sustainable development in relevant regions and around the world. So, ladies and gentlemen, I sincerely hope that through the platforms like the Europe-China Forum going on today, we can discuss the ways to seek greater synergy between the Belt and Road Initiative and the Global Gateway Program, and unleash greater cooperation potential under this framework so that we can jointly promote greater progress of China-EU cooperation and contribute to sustainable development around the world. I believe that as long as we respect each other, seek common ground while resolving differences, exchange and learn from each other, and cooperate for a win-win result, China-Europe cooperation will have a broader horizon and a brighter future. Dear friends, ladies and gentlemen, once again, I wish the Europe-China Forum a complete success. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. No, thank you. And it's good to have you with us. Back, after our period of hiatus, it's good that we've had you and others here to, if you will, re-elevate the conversation and do that in earnest, but also for you to be able to set out, as you can see, our resident resident to cartoonist has set out in his own version, the kind of messages. But it's really important that you are reiterating once again, the importance of stability and security between us, and that actually dialogue matters, and that both the Global Development Initiative and the Global Gateway clearly have synergies. It's a case of how we make that work. Okay, so thank you very much. As I said, the ambassador may or may not pop up after his meeting, but I doubt very much. I think he'll be preoccupied, to be honest with you. I want to move straight into bringing in Hannah Ryder. I'm not saying people's biographies, by the way, because you've got them in the program, and let's not, it's not a case of wasting time, but let's get cut to the chase. Hannah Ryder, can you hear me? Are you connected?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Now I can. I can't see you, though.
Excellent. Oh, now you can, I think.
No?
No?
No.
I can see myself on Zoom.
There you go. I can see. We can see you now. We can see you now. Excellent.
Perfect. Thank you.
Hannah, thank you for joining us. I know. I was just saying, as we were saying earlier, that it's like, is it 8:45 now in Beijing? Yeah. So
it's 9 p.m. now. Yeah.
Yeah. So thank you for still, being with us. I just want to say, you've been a diplomat, you've done a number of things, and most recently called one of the 100 most influential persons, African persons in Africa. So, wow, what does that mean? But it's great. It's great to have you, also as a woman in that list. But from your perspective, what you've just heard from the minister that's setting the scene, where do you think low to middle income countries sit? Especially in Africa, in particular, you've got predominantly in Africa, where do they sit in relation to the apparent, real or otherwise competition between China and Europe? Is there convergence amongst LMICs, or do you see a divergence? Really big, tough question, I know.
It is, and thank you very much to Friends of Europe for the opportunity to be here with you today. It is late in Beijing, but nevertheless, it's still a significant pleasure to be with you. And thank you also to the Minister for sharing his reflections. I think, look, first of all, I think we have to begin with the point that at the moment, in the way that the world is structured, low middle income countries have, and I'm talking in particular about lower, the least developed countries, and those, especially in African countries, have very little bargaining power. And I'll just give you a few quick examples. If you look at the Paris Club for debt negotiations, they're not in the room. On the Security Council, we have no veto and no permanent membership. In the G20, there's only one African country represented amongst 55, and there's no regional representation, whereas you have the European Union that is regionally represented. on infrastructure, the real things, there's huge gaps in infrastructure. Trade, market barriers are ridiculously strong to the degree that we account for, the African continent accounts for less than 4% of global trade. People are often treated as illegal migrants around the world, and aid is often targeted at us changing rather than necessarily the changes that we demand and the reforms that we demand of the rest of the world. So, to be frank, we are starting from a point that our bargaining power in this existing system is already highly unequal. But what is good about the Belt and Road and Global Gateway is that there appears to be a race. But the big question, I think, is it a race to the top, and is it a race to the top that will really address that the lack of equality in the system? And I think there's two aspects of that which are really important to address to make sure that it is a race to the top. It needs to be more than PR, and it needs to be more than Europe and China, for example, watching each other and kind of trying to compete against what each other are doing. It really has to be about centering lower middle income countries or centering African countries. And so I think both are very welcome. But I do think that there are some signs, and I'm happy to give some examples a bit later, some signs that it's not yet a race to the top on those two metrics that I've just mentioned. And I do believe everybody can do a lot better in order to make sure that what we really are doing is improving the bargaining power of lower middle income countries and elevating their place in the global system.
Great, thank you. I will bring you back in to give us some examples of where you see concrete progress or otherwise in a moment. But Bernard, can I ask you to join us here? Very, very pleased to have you with us. You've been, in the Belgium-Chinese Chamber of Commerce for many, many years, a founder member of it. From your perspective, today we've heard a lot around competition, rivalry, cooperation, collaboration, or otherwise. We had two very different views from two different chambers, or private sector perspectives about, what's good for business at the moment and not, and whether people are fleeing or investing elsewhere. What's your take from your perspective in terms of a marketplace like Belgium? But also, does it align with the wider Europe experience of the private sector and EU-China relations from the private sector perspective?
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Kanani. And first of all, I wanted to say congratulations to Friends of Europe for organizing this and taking this initiative, because personally, I'm very happy to see people wanting to understand each other better, to try to find common grounds, instead of pointing out at the other one his default, and then, of course, you cannot go very far. I would say, from my modest perspective, when you see economically speaking, first of all, China, second economy in the world, soon the first. You cannot ignore China. You could eventually ignore the Andorra, but not China. It's too important. Secondly, we'll see also so many companies from China involved in Europe, from Europe involved in China. When I see, for instance, the representatives of the China Chamber of Commerce to the EU, which was created not so long ago, less than 5 years ago, when I see how active they are, representing so many companies, that is good for us. That brings also employment to Europe. It does not always destroy employment like we hear. I would say also that we have a Chamber of Commerce of the EU in China, which is also very active, regrouping many companies. I should say also that when you see the number of patents in the world that are registered, well, the Chinese patents are the biggest number. Take that into account. You cannot ignore it. I would say also that from my modest perspective, and I'm not a doctor, but COVID will not be there forever. COVID is here, and here in Europe, in China, we try to find ways to fight it and to go through it, but it will not stand forever. So the fundamentals are there. Yes, the growth in China is less than 10 years ago, but you could not have a country during 100 years with 15, 20% growth. Impossible. So the growth is coming down, but the challenges are there. The common challenges, and Mr. Minister Peng mentioned it. We have common challenges. We just finished the COP27. The climate change is there. Well, we can fight each in our corner, but better join hands. Europe is there also. We could fight country by country, each country of the 27. But no, we try to find a common solution among the 27. But let's find common solution with China. I saw also that we have an energy crisis. There also we can join hands with that. I noted down when listening to Mr. Peng. And last but not least, I would say that I'm impressed by the policy of poverty alleviation in China, which is quite impressive. And I was listening with great interest to what Mrs. Ryder said. And I think there are opportunities on the business side, opportunities for European companies to join hands with African companies, with Latin American companies and Chinese companies who are present in the various continents, and Asian companies. So there are opportunities. Let's try to look positive with that. And I would say we cannot ignore China. We cannot just leave China aside. Decoupling is very nice, but we still need a lot of the products produced in China. We still need China as a market for our products. That is the reality. Sorry to be too long.
Not at all, Bernard. Thank you very much. But so, in a nutshell, do you see anything change in terms of confidence levels of private sector actors here? Let's say use your Belgium experience with Chinese counterparts. Is there an issue of lack of confidence or trust in the relationship? Are you witnessing it?
There are challenges indeed. Well, first of all, we feel that at a public level, at the authorities level, China does not get anymore the red carpet treatment it could get 10 or 15 years ago. But this being said, I see that companies are still in China. At our level with the Belgian-Chinese Chamber of Commerce, the number of members is stable. We could have thought, well, suddenly we will see half of our members going away. No, they're still there, which means companies are still looking at China, are still doing business with China. I see there are challenges with, in Europe, for instance, now the screening procedures for non-EU investments coming in. That makes it more difficult for Chinese companies to come, yes, but they are still coming. And you have COVID, but they are still coming. And it's not easy. It's not easy also for especially small and medium-sized companies when you cannot travel, when you cannot receive a delegation to start business. Yes, we have the Zoom, we have the video, but that is not enough. But even though with that, business is going on, business is continuing. I still see some new Chinese companies coming, what I admire. I still see our Belgian companies who are in China present. I still see European companies in China and continuing in China, even though, yes, sometimes you have a little bit less of European businessmen in China, mainly due to some COVID restrictions and for family problems and education problems for the children. But my hope, and I'm optimistic, is that some solution will come during next year, the year after, and will ease traveling, will ease connections. The fact that now, symbolically, we see Chancellor Scholz who went to China. We see that Macron from France will go to China. We'll see that the Italian Prime Minister will go to China. We see today Charles Michel being in China. That is also something important. 1 year ago, no one was going. That's also a fact.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. Thank you. Questions? What are your reactions to what you've heard so far before I bring in our next two contributors? Any views on the Gateway and Development Initiative? Do you see contradictions? Do you see them as being potentially aligned? Is it a best thing that we get greater alignment? All that and more. Or if you think both initiatives actually don't make sense and it's just political. Thank you, sir.
Again, Albert Keidel from George Washington University. What I've been teaching my students is that the Belt and Road Initiative is really essential if China continues to grow, and of course this was questioned by Alicia this morning, but if it continues to grow at 5 or 6%, the world's infrastructure isn't ready for the two-way commerce all over the world. And so there needs to be really far-sighted investments. And I don't know why the European Gateway can't join in the strategic location of those investments so that the global trade is really enhanced in all directions, not just from China in and out.
Indeed. Any other reactions? Thank you so much. Gentleman just there.
Hi, I just would like to know any concrete results of the Global Gateway, either in Central Asia or in Africa.
On the Global Gateway?
Yeah, Global Gateway. And and the prospect. Thank you.
Well, I don't think we've got anyone here that's going to be able to answer that question on the panel, I'm afraid, because our commission people have gone. But what I might do is go back to Hannah, because Hannah, you'll have a view, and also you were going to come up with some kind of examples of where you see progress being made. Back to you, Hannah.
Yeah, just so for example, I believe there was just an AU-EU discussion, and one of the projects which was being talked about was a 10 billion Kenya shilling grant to upgrade a highway on Kenya's east coast from the Mombasa to Kilifi. And I think it's an interesting example because at the same time, and if we take a kind of what does Chinese cooperation with Kenya look like, China has recently enabled Kenyan avocados to come into the Chinese market. And 3 months of shipping those avocados has delivered 7 billion Kenya shillings. So that's kind of a new trade initiative, not necessarily GDI, but fundamentally it does help smallholder farmers. But another month and it will be the same amount of grant money that was spent on the road upgrading from the EU side. So I think both the EU can learn from those sorts of initiatives. China can do more. There's all these sort of worries and concerns that China is going to be reducing finance, that China is kind of being a bit more risk averse. China has played such an important role in infrastructure. More clarity from China about that going forward would be very helpful. And then, of course, the EU also thinking about how to do more and be more ambitious on the continent would be very helpful.
And Hannah, do you get a sense that there's any kind of coming together of learning these lessons of this, very, very big, relatively big investments that are taking place? And what kind of diplomatic channel is open to say, actually, how do you bring the Global Development Initiative, at least to be able to speak to the Global Gateway, to really not confuse the market, not to create competition amongst low to medium income countries, but to actually, I suppose, create greater value by collaborating more?
Yeah, absolutely. I don't think there are enough of those, if any. The UN is absolutely trying to do that more. And of course, yes, there are, both the Chinese side and the European side have sort of said, we're open, we're interested. But the framing is so much around competition, and especially from the EU side, there's much more framing around competition. I think it seems really difficult to be able to, and that's why I say really try and center the lower middle income countries, because if you center them, then allow lower middle income countries to do the coordination and to decide what they want to do with different partners and find where the complementarities are, rather than sort of sit and think, well, oh, let's design X, Y, and Z. Actually, there might be ways of collaborating which are much more helpful. But only the lower and middle income countries will know what that collaboration looks like.
Yeah, I know, exactly. It's crazy. But, let's hope that these conversations that are happening can lead to a sense-making. Because if you're a low to middle income country, imagine the greater value and benefit you'd achieve if both these, multi-billion-dollar or euro initiatives were to speak to each other and co-invest sometimes. Actually, you could have so much more change happen in a shorter period of time. However, that's my view, that's our view. And we do have a question online, actually. We have Mr. Francis Smyden or Smeeden? Smyden. Are you still there?
Snyder.
Snyder,
Yeah,
sorry.
back again. Hi.
Hi, it's yourself. Hello.
I have a question for Hannah Ryder. I've been doing a lot of research on regional integration schemes everywhere in the world. And Africa has so many, the continent-wide and then, of course, regional all over. Do you think that if those work out, will they help to give Africa or parts of Africa more weight in the relations between European Union and China?
Hannah?
Good question. There are a lot of regional integration schemes, and I think the one that is most important to be looking at the moment is the African Continental Free Trade Area, which is has kicked off. We've seen the first the first kind of transaction with the new tariffs go between Kenya and Ghana over the last few months, and of course it's going to drive that integration. The aim through all the regional integration initiatives fundamentally is for the African continent to become the third largest economy in the world, currently the 8th, which is why we should be in the G20, and also for the African continent to be the world's manufacturing hub. And fundamentally, that will be of serious, significant interest to both China and Europe. That's how China gets to continue being able to provide cheap goods to its consumers while, everything gets more expensive in China. It's also how Europe does the same. It's also how Europe also diversifies its reliance on China and other partners. So all of that is good. But I think part of the issue is there's not enough investment into the regional integration. We don't see, so much of this is very bilateral. Even both relationships, EU relationship is very bilateral, really focusing on bilateral schemes, very much about what the countries do, and the same, and often China as well. But we're seeing a shift in China. We're seeing much more. China's been investing in the African Development Bank, working with other African financial institutions. We need to see much more of that, and again, much more engagement with the AFCFTA from all sides, and I think that could be very, very helpful for the world.
Indeed. Hannah, you paint this lovely picture. I mean, because I hope our cartoonists can capture that. Not that I'm asking you to do that, Tonu, but I love that image that you've just created of, Africa being a new hub of the world, rather than a recipient of aid and, donation. But actually, if you think about the raw material, the natural raw materials, the capacity for renewables, but the talent, and it's the youngest population in the world, and will be the largest. Nigeria will be the largest country, populous country in the world in less than 10 years, overshooting China and India. So, there's this lovely sense that you're right about the G20. I'm not sure how you others feel that. Why do we consistently miss the opportunity of what Africa represents? And actually, it could ameliorate some of this geopolitical tension. My words, not yours, Hannah, obviously. But, just for a moment, think. Just good. Just think for a moment, if you visualize that new kind of geometry of the world, that we might think differently about rivalry between China and the EU. And because both are investing in Africa, wow, couldn't you make a real benefit of coordination and grow the world's largest new economy and hub for change in terms of industry and technology. So anyway, that was a bit of a long speech there. Sorry about that, but it was just, I just taken away by what you said, Hannah. And I think that the purpose of this forum is to make those links and connections globally as well. So thank you for that. I'm going to move on to now our third contributor. Lucy, would you like to come? We're very pleased to have you, Lucy. You've been, you know, in various institutions in the UK and elsewhere. Currently, you're with the LSE Grantham Institute, and as a partner of our session as well. In the conversation you've been listening to, and you've heard what Bernard and Hannah has said on the context set by the minister. Where do you see opportunities? Are you seeing opportunities for convergence on the development space? And that, you know, in particular, as we said to you, where would Europe and China need to do things differently or change their approach to make this work?
Yeah.
You're on, I think.
I'm on? Okay. Right. Yeah, thanks so much, Emran. And it's such a pleasure to be here to talk about a topic that I'm really, really passionate about, EU-China relations. And I think it's such a good coincidence that we are sitting here and while the summit is undertaking in Beijing. Yeah, so I think, so what I would like to say was really like, I feel EU-China relations have really reached a tipping point. And there is an urgent need to build EU-China resilience with pragmatic idealism. So I would like to unpack some of these concepts that I've just put forward. So my feeling is that, you know, for all the talk about a new Cold War brewing or, you know, decoupling from China, we've heard this morning that, you know, there's a real necessity to build this relationship up because it's simply too big to fail. And we cannot, and like Bernard just said, we cannot ignore China. So I think there's really a need to build this EU-China relationship with a kind of a pragmatic approach, but also with some, you know, a more of an idealist kind of way, because I just happen to be a pragmatic idealist. And I was thinking, you know, how can we build this relationship back? I think essentially it comes to diplomacy. So diplomacy has, you know, this formal and informal diplomacy. And I think if you look back at the past 10 years of EU-China relations, when you see the anchor of EU-China relations, the trade dimension. And I've been looking into in the past, you know, 10 years of EU-China HED, which is a high-level economic dialogue, which is the most kind of the summit level of economic relationship between the EU and China. You know, the dialogue hasn't been going for every year. It's been going on a biannual basis. So I think in terms of formal diplomacy, I think more dialogue, more formal contact is needed. And also, I think despite all the talk about how EU-China is not working or but I think looking back in 2019, EU and China signed a geographical indications agreement, which was being negotiated for 10 years, for the past 10 decades. I mean, I think there's more scope for EU-China relations to accelerate and to improve this kind of informal relationship. And this leads to, you know, kind of a more informal way of building EU-China relations, which is more about, you know, kind of a shared intentions. I think, you know, despite like maybe some will say, you know, the interest between EU and China is too far off, there's different values between these two partners. I feel like if you have the intention to maintain a good relationship, I think that's the way to build trust, and that's the way to be more open in terms of this crucial relationship. And also, I think in this sense, I think young people is really, really important in terms of, you know, building this cultural relationship, mutual understanding together. Like, I mean, for Chinese, I think, and I'm not to be afraid of saying like I am Chinese, but I like European culture. I like to read Belgian comic books, or you know, I like French food. And also for Europeans, not to be intimidated by, you know, what the Chinese eat because of COVID. And so I think these kind of, you know, cultural elements come into play, and it will be a way to, you know, strengthen this relationship. So these are some of my thoughts. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, I'm going to move swiftly on to our final contributor. Liu Gang, you're obviously at the China's Global Development Initiative. No, in terms of the center where you're as a director in the State Council. Let me see if I can hear. You can actually.
Yes, I can hear you.
Hello,
Clearly.
welcome. So we're looking at our rich reflection of our satirist here at the back of some of the debate that we're having. Where do you see, given where you sit, where do you see the overlap, if any, between the two, the Global Development Initiative and the Global Gateway? And could you identify specific terms where you think there might be areas for practical collaboration, or is that just an impossibility?
Well, actually, I don't see why we're focusing so much on the potential for clashes between these two major plans from China and from Europe to help developing countries to grow faster. Actually, just recently, I heard a very interesting viewpoint from a scholar from Southeast Asia, who says that actually for the recipient, the host countries, they don't care much about what the aid packages would be labeled, whether the package is labeled the Global Development Initiative or the Gateway, the European Gateway, Global Gateway, or the B3W or GBII. They don't care what's the level is, as long as these plans can bring resources in to help their countries to grow faster. So for recipient countries, the name is not so important. What matters is the action. Actually, the professor said they are actually not seeing much competition going on. Actually, they are still waiting for these so many great plans to turn into more concrete actions. So I don't think competition will be a big issue between China and European in their respective plan of international aid. What I'm concerned about is actually the basis of such cooperation between the two major economies. I mean, recently, Europe has been focusing on the so-called over-reliance on China's economy. So I'd like to take this opportunity to say a few words about these aspects, which has, to some extent, adversely affected the mutual trust between the two major economies, because mutual trust is the basis, I believe, for the two to cooperate on such important issues as the international aid. Actually, I conducted some research on the bilateral trade between EU and China in the period from 2001 and to 2020. I divide the trade data into three types of goods: the capital goods, intermediate goods, and consumption goods. And I focused on the first two types, which are important indicators of industrial chain relationship. And I further developed the trade data of these three types of goods into 16 manufacturing sectors. I came to two major conclusions. The first point is, overall, China's manufacturing industry relies as much heavily on Europe as EU's manufacturing relies on China.
Fascinating.
Such an interdependence relationship is, and this relationship is becoming closer. So if you look at the trade value, both EU and China imported huge amounts of inputs from each other. In the year 2020, EU imported $330 billion worth of capital and intermediate goods from China. That's an increase of 37% against the year of 2010. For China, its import value of capital and intermediate goods totaled over $200 billion in 2020. That's an increase of 39% against 2010. So you can see it is a two-way dependence instead of one-way dependence. And if you look at the trade share, both EU and China imported quite a big share of inputs from each other. In 2020, China accounted for about 8% in Europe's import of capital and intermediate goods from the world. In the same year, EU accounted for about 11% in China's import of capital and intermediate goods. So 8% versus 11%. It's, again, a situation of mutual dependence. My second point is both EU and China have quite a few manufacturing sectors that rely heavily on each other for inputs. Indeed, Europe has some sectors that rely heavily on China. In 2020, for Europe's electronic and optical product sector, 30% of its imported capital and intermediate goods came from China. For electrical equipment, the ratio is 19%. Toys and furniture, 18%, textiles and apparel, 13%. But at the same time, China also has some sectors that depend even more heavily on Europe.
Sure.
For the sectors of motor vehicles, air and spacecraft, China's import dependence ratio on EU are both close to 50%.
So Leo, I'm going to have to, sorry, Leo, I'm sorry to interrupt you like this, because your facts and figures are absolutely fantastic and really interesting. And actually put in a very different perspective here about actually what you describe as the, I call it the mutuality or the interdependence, and which we haven't been talking about a lot. It's been a different kind of dynamic, but your data shows us something else. But the reason I'm interrupting you is that we have the ambassador joined us. So he's obviously come out of his meeting with the president, and he's actually here virtually, I believe. So a warm welcome to you, Ambassador.
Thank you very much.
I can't believe it. Jorge, I cannot believe that you've actually made the time after coming out of a very, very important meeting to join us. So we are so pleased. How are you?
No, in fact, it is the end of a very busy day today with the President of the European Council here in Beijing. He arrived yesterday at 3 p.m. Beijing time, and he just left. It's now 21:40 in Beijing, and I just arrived from the airport where he took off about an hour ago. And as I had the link, I just checked whether you were alive still, and well,
it's so good. No, but seriously, can I just interrupt you a second? You know, it's a rare thing that you are a rare beast. That actually you don't get many ambassadors who do what you've just done, right? So we are so grateful. No, we are, because especially on this day. I
told you that if I could.
Yeah.
I thought you had already finished, but I just checked in and saw. I was listening to the very interesting comments now by Chinese friends about the trade.
Yeah.
And well, I wasn't. I didn't even want to interrupt or anything. So now, if I may, I suppose you want to ask me about the visit of President Michel.
We want to know exactly what you talked about.
Yeah. Well, it's exactly what we talked about. I will say that it was very intense today because he met with the whole delegation, met with a Chinese delegation at 10 o'clock in the morning, headed by President Xi Jinping, with most of the most important Chinese ministers. There was 7 on their part and 7 in our side of the table, and it was a meeting that was supposed to take 1 hour, and it took almost 2. It was substantive and interesting exchange, frank but constructive, and I think I don't want to go into details because President of the European Council and his delegation will brief member states soon. But I would say that it was a frank but constructive dialogue on the issues, on the political and geopolitical issues of the time, and it was I think a very constructive re-engagement, physical re-engagement with the Chinese leadership, because our leaders had not met for the last 3 years physically. We've had virtual summits and all, but it was the first time, and it came just after President Xi re-engaged with the world in Bali. And he did not meet the EU in Bali because we knew this was coming. And instead of meeting in Bali for 20 or 25 minutes, we met here for 3 hours with him, because after the plenary meeting today, we had over 1 hour lunch. So it was a 3 hours meeting with between President Michel and Xi Jinping, which speaks of the intensity of our relation and of the importance we both attach to the relation. After the meeting with Xi Jinping, President Michel met for over an hour with Premier Li Keqiang and some of his ministers, and after that he met with the chairman of the National Popular Assembly in a 45-50 minutes meeting, also very interesting. And finally, the press conference, and that's it. So very intense day today, and good news, I think, for the European Union standing in the world, and for constructive, difficult but constructive dialogue with China, re-engagement with this dialogue, and even we could announce or agree on the resumption, we hope soon, on a dialogue, high-level structured dialogue on human rights, which would be also good news. But I won't get into any more details, because I would let the team of
I know you get into trouble with Charles Michel.
Brief everybody about that.
That's very, very good to hear. So you feel, so if I know you're tired, and I'm going to let you go. This is great, by the way, because you've created the finale of our summit in a brilliant way by joining us in this way, and also giving us the the readout, that which you can. So you're feeling much more optimistic as a result of this discussion in terms of where we might go now, because we have a lovely characterization of you by our cartoonist here, by the way. That there's been a lot of backchat, a lot of the press, a lot of MEPs have not been happy by the stance that Scholz has taken, or Charles Michel previously has taken. Do you feel that what's happened today, there's going to be an opportunity to be really quite robust with some of your political audiences and the press audiences about progress, without giving away any details?
Well, what's 100% sure is that no dialogue leads nowhere good. So if I would say something in general, is that this is good news in the sense that there is dialogue, structured dialogue, and physical dialogue, which is also important for the personal relationship. And this is never bad. It's always good. What is bad is no dialogue when there are differences.
Indeed.
We have to face the fact that we have differences, some systemic differences, and that are difficult, but we solve nothing, or we do no good by not talking to each other. So the fact that we have come all the way to Beijing, and that we have had substantive meetings with the leadership of the country, and is good. It's not bad, that's for sure. So I don't want to be optimistic or pessimistic. I want to say that I feel that this is good. Of course, not only with China, with everybody. Then it's not that the devil is in the details. That the devil or the good is in the implementation.
Yes.
So we need to see implementation, because there are things that we can do together, and there are agreements that we can reach, and we need implementation. Implementation also for the, I hope, forthcoming human rights structured dialogue. We need to hold it. We have agreed that we are going to hold it, but now we need to hold it. And same thing when it comes to trade, investment issues, etc. Although this was not treated in concrete, very detailed, concrete terms today. But the fact that we have had substantive, long, personal, physical discussions with power like China, where we have, with whom we are partners, competitors, and systemic rivals, is, for me, good news.
Great, thank you. Thank you very much. You've made our summit, and I'm gonna end with you. I'm not gonna take any further questions, because I think that was a fitting conclusion to the summit, because we started this morning, Jorge, about the questions around diplomacy and whether diplomacy is worth giving a chance, given our situation. And, you know, we at Friends of, you know, in the introduction, I was saying, keeping channels open is probably the most important thing we can do when we learn from what's happened in Ukraine and elsewhere. So thank you for not even being here, but then rounding it off in a perfect way with the same message. We're really grateful to you. I hope you have a good old sleep, relax, so you're not having to do any more meetings. And thank you very much. And thanks to all our speakers and our contributors and our partners. I hope you agree. This has been a rip-roaring forum. It's good to be back and having it. And but obviously see you next year. But do keep an eye on our website, because we are doing a number of things which are quite exciting, we feel, on this agenda, but global agenda as well. And we'll be looking at a range of issues to do with I suppose, the forthcoming mandate of the new Parliament and the new Commission. So all our work next year will be about crafting 10 policy choices that we will develop to offer up to the next Parliament and the new Commission. So join us on that journey and keep in touch. So just want to say thank you all very much. It's been a pleasure working with you. And thanks to all our virtual speakers. Thanks to our physical speakers as well. And thanks to you, because actually without you, your engagement, this wouldn't mean anything. So thank you very much. Safe home. Take care, and see you all again very soon. Thank you.